Okay. Yeah, pay no mind to and well, if you're watching this on YouTube or in the podcasting services, you will not understand what happened. But totally, I did not just accidentally end the stream thinking it was the record button because I am blind.
This is a very professional podcast.
It is a podcast. I don't know about professional.
I mean, it can be.
Well, anyway, we will begin being professional by starting off. Ugh. I mean, I need to double check anyway because it was having issues. Anyway, hello everybody. Welcome to episode 4 of the Art of Podcast.
Out of pocket.
Yeah, this episode is a mess. Hello everybody. Welcome to episode 4 of the Out of Pocket TCG podcast. We're actually doing TCGs this week. I'm joined once again by my co-host ZetaZephyr.
Hello.
And today we are going to discuss the year of 2024, aka the year where everybody in the mama just decided to launch a TCG.
Some of them 5 TCGs.
We'll get to that. But yeah, it's like what kind of so kind of like a background story. This is like a 50-50 in between what it originally was going to be, which was either going to be a excuse me as I move this mic over here, which is either going to be a discussion on game of the year because the game awards are literally next week, or going to be talking about the year TCGs, and then a certain video game company decided to drop something at the last second, which made me go, you know what, we're putting it in there. Also, I'm sorry for the thumbnail, it sucks. Really bad. I just made it like out of nowhere, which explains why it's so bad.
And
So yeah, as usual, we
finally,
talk about
2024 is the year to take a break from card games.
sure.
Kind of, sort of, mostly.
Anyway, before that, we're gonna have our usual warm up of us just shooting the ish and talking about stuff before we actually get to it. Even though there's uh, as of right now, and I say as of right now because I'm still technically adding, I can still add games onto the list at any moment. There are still currently, apparently, 26 games we have to kind of go through. Some of them will have longer than others, but you know we get to. So anyway, uh, last week the new Vanguard starter that came out. Kinda. It technically is already some cards that were released, which is for the Koroko manga Vanguard Skyride, which is currently going on. And so I actually picked it up, and this is gotta be the first time since V that we've had a normal card game product in Vanguard for starters. That
Uh,
let me rephrase that. This is the first time since V series that Vanguard has had a normal product that has almost everything a player needs to play the game. You know,
what about the D? What about the first like D starter decks?
you see, that is true. Except one thing, they overrode those by saying now you've got to have 50 cards in the main deck, 4 cards in your right deck, and the energy generator. So they are now effectively dead. Same with the first 2 stride deck sets.
God.
I mean, you can still buy
Right.
them, but I mean, why would you? Set 6 is gonna come out and reprint everything anyway, so might just wait for that.
She wrote.
But yeah, I picked it up, and it's about Virgilia, the Dragon Empire, uh, Stardust Dragon wannabe, and I mean, it really is kind of wannabe like because the whole deck basically, the whole Skyride just seems like Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's light.
Isn't it kind of fun? They released a starter product that's like based on the series no one's able to read in the English speaking region.
I mean, there's ways to read it, but yeah, it is kind of funny. But you know what? I'm glad they did it because it's about time we get something there. So I'm going through it. I haven't actually modified it, so it comes up with a triple rare foiling of the Grade 3, which when it was released in set 2 was just a rare. So it's a rarity upgrade. Congratulations. That's the whole ride line. It comes with an energy generator. You know, something that's important for everybody to play the game in standard. You know, you don't need it for premium, even though we should probably add this in premium. That's a discussion for later.
Nah.
And it comes with all the cards that came in the Koro Koro super deck, which, you know, in Japan, Koro Koro is a comic, and when you buy the comic, they sometimes give you a bunch of stuff to kind of add. So what they did is like they made a deck for the Skyway protagonist, put it inside like mail for Koro Koro, and you could actually get it. So they just ported it here as an actual starter product, and I think that was the best decision they made all year, or at least one of the best decisions all year, especially for the English side. So it
Yeah.
comes with basically every card in here playable out the box, kinda, and I say that because the last time we had a starter product, it literally had no effects. It was literally just a bunch of vanillas, and you had to figure out the game yourself. Good luck.
There is something they could do and probably should do that would kind of revitalize the game.
So, well, first off, holy cow,
Huh?
you you sound like you're in your car.
Am I Mike Rowe doing that thing?
Yes. Well, you can fix it, and I'll keep talking about this. So, one of the things they did is they
I
added
think it's
in.
already.
Oh, what?
I think it's already fixed.
Oh, okay. There we go. You sound much better. Yeah. So what they did is they gave you a double rare foiling of the Order Stardust Blade. Then they made it set one card out of the entirely new set of cards is double rare foiling, so you can actually look and try and get a rare foiling of the deck, which is also something that they did in V, but they stopped doing after V ended, which is then they added in. Oh, you can get a foil. You can get a. I'm trying to think what to say. You get a effect trigger, which I know a lot of people are upset. It's like, man, uh, why are these triggers only just being randomized in starter products? Why can't they just be in the product? And to that I say, well, to be honest, this is the hottest take ever. I don't think they're that useful anyway. So, or
I mean,
rather,
still.
they're sometimes useful, but it's like they're not like immediately get out your way and get them right. If anything, the fact that the $60 stride decks don't have them should be what you should be more upset about. And then it comes
Right.
with a promo that was only in Koro, which was Union of Sky. It's a Blitz Order Regalis piece, and it is effectively draw a card, remove it, then your Ran gets plus 15k, and then you can bind a card from your drop with the same as your Vanguard. So okay, use up Persona Ride or discard, and it gets 25k shield instead. And you can basically use it as a one of those ride deck or discard cyclers, which is like Canvas One or Soul Blast or Energy Blast 3. Draw a card. So overall,
Yeah.
it's pretty good. It's easily the best like starter product Vanguard's dropped this year. Though its contents is literally vanillas, so I don't know how else to get better.
Yeah. So here's what I was thinking. Right. Like they have an easy layup because Vanguard's a lot like Bushwood operates a lot like Game Freak. Wherever they do something really smart, they decide to stop doing it for the next release cycle. And it's kind of simple, actually. Re-release the the Divine Starter decks with their effect cards at the same loss rates as the original D starter decks. That's it. That's all they have to do.
You mean
And
what
keep
they?
those things
You mean
without the
just?
sleeves. No sleeves. No silly thing to raise the price for some arbitrary reason. $5 US lost leader the hell out of those
You
things.
mean what they did with in Japan originally?
Yes. No, but with all the effects.
I mean,
No more vanillas. No vanillas.
I mean, by the time the set had cycled through and gotten its reprint, it was basically the price thing anyway. You could have just bought the whole. We'll talk about that.
No singles.
We'll talk about Vanguard in just a bit. So, yeah, I bought that. A bunch of stuff to upgrade my Storm deck came in, and I also finally got more stuff into. Well, I say somewhat Digimon, but also I'm holding the box that you can't see, but it has it is a figure right standard Churachery Palunch, also known as Choo Choo. The Choo Choo has arrived, along with the
Nice.
along with the March 4 Gundam. So that's a plus. Woohoo. It took like about almost 2.5 weeks to get here, but mostly because I ordered it during right before Thanksgiving hit, so everybody shut down for 3 days. But they're finally here. I think I now have. I haven't looked to check, but I think I now have all but one of the planet system for the core Gundam now. If there's anything I'm missing, it probably is the Merc 1, which... No, wait, hold on. Let me check real quick. Let's see here. It's like right in my... Let me see. Actually, hold on. I just realized.
Oh wait, he has them all.
I'll probably have to edit that squeaking out. But I just actually just checked. Yeah. With this coming in, I now have the entire planet system outside of the Re-Rising Gundam.
You know what sucks? The
What?
Gundam Breaker 4 DLC only adding the like combo pack.
I don't know what that means.
I mean, sorry for the planet system. You only get the final battle version where it's all of them like strapped together, like one part of each.
Oh.
I am so mad.
Ew, why'd they do that?
Oh, and you get and there's a rewrite, and the re-rising's a boss fight.
I mean, that's cool.
I feel so cheated.
I don't know. I still haven't
Like, I
made
would
it
buy a
through the
DLC
rest
pack
the
of
DLC.
just the planet. Like, just even the entire planet system is like one DLC pack.
Mm.
I mean, Scamco.
I mean, it was free, so.
No, it wasn't.
What do you mean it wasn't?
The DLCs weren't free. Oh, well, I mean.
I don't know. Listen, I've lost track of the game so long. It's like I don't have a.
Yeah, it's work. Cause they dumped like all 4 of the DLC packs in like a week.
Really, more like 2 weeks, I think.
Like, it was weird. No, I feel like it was like you have 2 weeks, yeah.
So I don't know. That's one thing, but
The weirdest release cycle ever, and they're
yeah,
still updating the game, so it's like I better get my planet system.
yeah. Well, I don't know. I have like once I figured out like my builds for the main story, I never really built another Gunpla again. Cause I
That's
don't know. I
fair.
just said, you know what? I'm just gonna make the most edgiest Gundam ever. I'm gonna take the I'm gonna take the H2 body, the uh the Lupus Rex head combined with the Lupus Rex arms, the I'm I'm blanking on the Gundam from the red Gundam from Ring. Um,
Epion?
the Epion legs, the Endless Waltz Wing Zero wings, and the Sandrock Custom, because it actually says it's Sandrock Customs. Uh, what's it called? Uh, like cloak and
Ah,
the
yeah.
Ariel's shield. And I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna do rock with this. Make it black, red, and white, and we good to go.
I was working like some SD Samurai bit for the post game. And thankfully, I went into the Sengoku Astray parts came out to finish the design. So, well, that was easy.
Yeah.
That thing's busted, like skill wise.
Hmm. I bet.
Sylvan's EX moves are just big AoE attacks.
I bet. I mean, the SDs probably need like all that, right?
Yeah, but I mean for the like Sengoku Astray, it just does the stupid particle fudge thing from the animations, an invisible force wave.
Ah. Okay.
There goes all the balance.
I mean, who cares about balance?
True.
Oh. Oh, Fuzzy Paradox just announced that they are going to stream uh BCS Philly.
Ooh, nice.
So that's next week. So it's actually like really cool. I'm like, okay, there we go.
Right?
You know, I really do wish that uh the content creators don't have to be the ones streaming and that they like have like their own team, because
Yeah.
it's not like, oh man, like that feels kind of, I feel like that kind of seems messed up. Like, man, why the content creators doing the thing Bushiroad supposed to do? It's like that's supposed to be like celebrating that because that's a good thing for the community, but it's also like so many other like companies are streaming their stuff, have a whole setup with people who
Right.
were supposed to do that, not somebody who should be actually competing in the event,
Exactly.
right? It's like, so, but again, that's just really cool. Congrats to Fuzzy. I will probably put that on the YouTube post and everything. I
Look,
already received it.
Bushard's camera budget is one guy with an iPhone 8. All right.
Bushiroad's entire budget is one dude with 3 ham sandwiches. It's like 5 dudes and 3 ham sandwiches, actually.
And the sandwiches aren't even cut.
You cut your sandwiches?
Well, I mean, you have like 5 people and only 3 sandwiches. You kind of want to cut the sandwiches, right?
Who said everyone's getting fed? All right. On my note, the last real thing is, I guess it's time to kind of do the Stellar Blades small spoiler cast. Because I think in between last episode and this one, I did finish Stellar Blade completely. Right?
Congrats.
Yes. So spoilers. Let's see. I'm like at 20 minutes. Yeah, the final boss for the true ending is just a giant robot piloted by your friend, by your engineer.
Okay.
Except she doesn't control it. It's like controlling, like it's taken over, and she's stuck in it.
Huh.
So what happens is in the bad ending, you in the bad ending, the battle happens, and the the robot overclocks and actually just shocks her to death. And so you just have to hold her. And so you just have to, when you beat the thing and destroy it, you just have to hold her lifeless body.
Oh wow.
Not to mention your other like ally Adam, the pilot. Turns out he was the actual first. He was the first of the aliens or magical like demon beasts the whole time.
Okay.
And so his plan was either for you to kill him or uh, y'all fuse together. And so that ending, you fuse together. So now the bad ending is you just end up with one friend absorbed inside you, another friend just gets unceremoniously killed, and then you walk out, and now you have to fight a bunch of kind of like robotic clones, quote unquote, because they're not really clones; they're just uh, bottle numbers
Right.
similar to you, and you fight them like the ending of like DMC5, basically, where it's like, oh, you have that fight them all until the credits roll. Like basic kind of like the ending of I'm gonna say Advent Children, a Crisis Core. If you know, you know.
Right.
So that's what happens. You all alone, and you just don't know what to do. The other ending is, you know, you choose not to fuse with your only male character, and he now has to fight you, and it turns into an Elden Ring fight. Like legitimately, the final boss is literally you fight God.
It really sounds like they were just throwing everything at the wall in the last hours of the game.
And so then you and Lily go back, except you when you leave when you finally like leave Urbit because they've given you because the Mother Sphere is giving you a ship. Uh, turns out they're about to nuke Earth anyway, and that's where the kind of thing is there. Like they've got a bunch of like rings around the Earth, just kind of like circling it. It's like what the heck happened while we were gone.
Wow.
And so the true ending is just the bad ending, but instead you had to again. I think I told you this out of thing, but like you had to do a an extra mission right before the point of no return, in which you go in and you go to Lily's house, in which she has like the body of her deceased friend, who was a great hacker, and you
Uh-huh.
see it. You see a little more, get more Lily, which is really good. Lily is probably like next to Raven, like the best character in the game, like
Mm.
writing wise. And so you do that, and this time she finds a code to actually hack her way out of the robot, so that you can destroy it without killing her.
All right.
And then the rest of the game happens again. You have the at Crisis Core ending. Then you beat them all. In which, and then you go back to the hub city and effectively revive it, revitalize it, and that's the end of the game.
Not.
As they
All
say, the
right.
story will continue. I'm like, how?
Throwing stuff at the wall. That's that. They were just throwing stuff at the wall.
Like it makes me sad because I'm like, man, the last like up from the orbital elevator, which you have to go up, which was the point of no return. Like, it legitimately, that part is like probably the best final dungeon I played this year.
Mm.
Where it literally is just like you're just scaling a gigantic thing, and then you have to now go through an elevator, which now has a bunch of like hotel rooms and stuff. And you have to go through that, and then you have to fight multiple bosses. Then you hit the top, and you find out that the actual, because your whole purpose is to get there and like send an SOS signal to Mother Spheres, like, "Hey, can we get some help?" And you get to the top, and you fight what should be the boss, and then you beat it, only to find out that no, actually, that's a fake version of the boss. The real boss is the entire top of the orbital elevator, donning an entire like shield so that no one can get in. So now you've got to basically pull like the endless, like, you remember that scene in Endless Waltz where Hero like blows apart the shield doors,
Yeah.
which just destroys the Wing Gundam. Yeah, that's basically what you have to do, but in reverse. Like, you're falling to Earth, and you now have to basically blow the giant boss up with one supercharged laser, and you're timed. So it's like the most Kino like set piece in the entire game. And then you do it, and that's when the giant robot shows up and saves you from falling and burning up in the atmosphere. And that was their help. So it's like, man. And then again, you then finally fight Raven, who is probably the character with the most personality, because she's
Right.
straight up crazy. You don't know why until you actually meet Adam in the final boss area. But it's like, she's just crazy. And so the end of the fight is probably the most insane thing I've ever seen Eve do in the game. Because Eve is, she's fighting monsters, whatnot, and everything.
Right.
She cuts off her arms and legs and then disconnects her spine and says, "You can't follow anymore. Good luck." And walks into the boss area. It's like,
Okay.
what? It's like,
Sure.
uh, that is the most. That's the most insane thing you've done this entire game. And you've been slicing up enemies, like just hitting the Anakin Skywalker special. That's crazy.
Right.
But yeah. Again, I think I give Stellar Blade like a 7 out of 10.
That's
I
fair.
think its story was kind of like whatever, and it was like it finally like picked up, and then that last awkward segment of the final like boss is so disjointed. It's like, I feel like we've skipped a step here. So it's like, I think 7 out of 10 is fair.
Oh yeah.
So that's the end, and we barely made it 10 minutes. Woohoo!
Woo.
All right. So how's your time been since last podcast?
Yeah. It's been alright. Accidentally left my wallet at frozen yogurt spot earlier today, so that's funny.
Oh, what you get?
Oh, they have this new like spice gingerbread yogurt flavor. I was like, all right, gotta try that.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, really good. Uh, non-recent things. I don't know. Been pretty hyped for Path of Exile 2. Probably gonna play that next 2 days straight.
Okay.
When I started playing MTG Arena again,
All right.
it's been going pretty well.
What deck you been using?
Oh, mostly just been like drafting and then brawl.
Okay. Yeah, I just pick up standard and just play it.
Mm.
I've still been playing Azorius What?
Don't worry about
Listen, man. White is my favorite color in that game.
it.
Yes, I know how weird that sounds, but like white blue is actually legitimately fun. I like the enchantment build. That's still really fun. Even though I constantly brick on either uh, no lands or no creatures to put my enchantments on, but
Look, man, we gotta get you on that Rectos high.
nah. The next deck I'm building is cats. It's a deck I'm building in IRL too, so it's not like
Like as far as like Brawl's been going, it's mostly been playing Jasper Flint. Because people love scooping when you start playing their cards from their deck.
hey, I needed that. You know what? Screw this.
Right. And if I don't play them, it just the cards get exiled anyway, so it's like win-win. I think that's probably like my favorite archetype in Magic the Gathering. It's just playing other people's cards and enablers to play other people's cards.
My favorite archetype, yours.
Yes. I mean, if you have your deck and my deck is your deck plus my deck, then technically I'm now stronger. It's simple mathematics.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Alright.
Been playing the Lombora Olympus Company.
Uh-huh.
I found the B card in CL like a few days ago. Fine. Got the true ending. It's great. One problem now.
What?
The waifu character in the game is even more increasingly down bad after you get the true ending. And she does not stop talking anymore. It's I'm like, how what?
Hmm.
I won, but at what cost?
You deserve it.
Yeah, it's just kind of funny. It's like your reward for being the game. This enemy waifu character won't stop trying to flirt. It's like I don't like this anymore. Yeah, that's been pretty funny. Been meaning to play more Zenless Zone Zero since I did not manage to get lighter. Yeah, I know. Things have been pretty chill.
Hmm.
No big rents. Marvel Rivals has been pretty fun. No, people rarely know how to play around Penny Parker.
Mm-hmm. Do I?
Yeah. Also, I hate Hawkeye so much. Well, Hawkeye, Wolverine, and the Hulk are probably my three least favorite characters.
Eh, I'm just, again, I just,
I'm only playing for like 4 hours, so
I gave you like 30 minutes before the show started. I just wanted to like try it out.
right, fair.
Anyway,
I do
this,
like it. Like Star Lord is just Reaper. The
that's
Reaper's ult. They gave him Reaper's ult as a regular E attack on cooldown. It's kind of ridiculous.
I I will say one of the things I do like is just them giving like certain characters like a team up skill.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For example, I've only really played Penny, but like her, like if Venom's on your team, like you just gain a whole new skill, which is just an
Right.
AO. You just walk in and AOE, just jab everybody.
I forgot it's like Namor and like Jane Snow or something. Namor gets ice spears and like ice octopi for his turrets.
Yeah, that's just
Like
that's
that's
just really cool.
right. Like it's like I imagine like some competitive teams might just have like entire strings of team up synergies popping off at the same time.
Hmm.
Like
Which,
it'll be interesting to see how things
yeah,
shape out.
I will
And the
say
art style is amazing.
I like the art style a bit. So, I guess the question is, after the honeymoon period, do you think this game is going to cook Overwatch 2?
Yes.
Even after the honeymoon period?
I mean, it's pretty much done everything the exact way people wanted things to be like from Overwatch 1. There's no like hard role locking. There's a lot more team synergies. Every character's free.
I mean, every character was free in Overwatch 1.
Exactly.
But it now just like, dang, it really just kind of
They,
come
they,
off across like every decision. I guess this first time. I guess it's kind of the first time you could say, "Oh, someone kind of put it best." It's like Overwatch 2 sucks so bad it made NetEase act right.
right.
It's like
Also, it's in
how
third
you suck
person,
so
which,
bad you made you made that company say, you know what, we got to get our game together. We could kill them.
right. Also, it's like third person's a huge boon.
Yeah, that's true. Because now you can actually see your skins.
Right, which, like,
You can
I.
you can see
It's
Squirrel
kind of
Girl's
silly to
grippers.
sell character skins in a game that's in first person. It's like,
Yeah, now it's just like the thing of like, man. And then there's like the leak of the Avatar skins,
mm-hmm.
and people are upset. Like, where's Katara? Why does Kiriko get another skin? But we don't
Gosh.
get Katara. Like, I gotta say, like, man, I was joking.
Why is Venture's first skin that top abomination?
Like, I think the top one's cool. At least
I
top's in the game somewhat.
like here's my like ice cold take, right?
What?
Every Overwatch 2 collab skin looks like hot garbage and they need to stop doing it.
I mean, it's probably the only way they can get people to play the game at this point.
Like they don't mesh with the style, right? It's like the biggest problem. It looks like bad cosplay. It's Netflix. It's like a Netflix adaptation, but in video game form.
Hmm. Yeah, I think what makes it so frustrating for a lot of people is like, as time goes on, the more it's just like, I jokingly said this is like, man, when I saw this when Kiriko was originally like announced, was like they really want their own version of Ari. I didn't think they were going to speed run trying to get to break Ari's skin record.
It's
Like, I think,
Blizzard's like, how do we get the people back after like people started falling off of Tracers? Like Japanese waifu, do it, print it. There's a moneymaker.
no, no,
Go.
no, no, Japanese fox waifu,
Ah,
who is connected uh to the most
the other two coolest dudes ever.
yeah, we're just gonna we're gonna Reina her. We're gonna pull Reina before Reina, except Reina works because Heihachi has been known to. There's a legitimate reason for Reina to exist, and that is Heihachi was smashing everything he saw.
Right.
Whereas
I,
Kiriko,
I still think we need the Mishima pack in the Tekken game.
meanwhile,
DLC
Kiriko
pack,
is about
all
a
just brand
good.
new Mishimas.
Meanwhile, Kiriko's a good like 8 years younger from where she should be in lore, which is like, huh? It's like she's
Yeah.
20. She's like early 20s, but she was like best friends with those two when they were kids, and they're in almost in their 40s. She was not
Simpsons
born
floating
by
timeline.
like somehow they messed up that lore worse than League did Seraphine, and her lore involved a genocided race of crystal scorpions.
Wait a minute. That's an arc in Shangri-La Frontier.
I mean, not exactly, but it's like,
I know, but it's kind of it's like,
but
man, that
it
sure was
quite
a great
literally
final
is.
arc.
But it quite literally is just like, man, they Riot messed up so bad they basically spent like almost they basically done rewrote the entire franchise just to make sure Seraphine is not related to ever again. Like that's kind of the joke. Is like Arcane season 2 basically is like we gotta make sure like we never have to deal with that again. They reworked the only character from that race to not be from to be that race, but have nothing to do with the crystals anymore. And then they reworked Seraphine's lore in the card game, not the League of Legends game, not the game we're gonna talk about later, but I'm like Legend of Runeterra, to have a different lore set, and it like fixed her, and it's like, wow, that's cool. And then they said, oh, by the way, starting with Arcane season 2, everything is now canon to Arcane. Arcane is now the linchpin of the lore. It's like, what?
Oh no.
Which I won't spoil anything. If you've seen Arcane season 2, you're like, how the hell does this work?
Right, it's like, we gotta capitalize on the people that love Arcane but will never touch League of Legends.
It's so messy because it's like, oh, so much stuff happens in those last three. That's like this. This don't make no sense. But we're not gonna get into that. I think it's time we move on to our actual topic, which is 2024.
Card games.
Yes, card games. So 2024 has had like a lot of games both stay and enter the TCG landscape. Honestly, I think out of the entire landscape, I think the only game to kind of kick it is Build Divide. And maybe I think that's really it. I think that's the only thing to remember.
That does feel like the only notable casualty.
Yeah, if anything happened, it was like so early in the year, I can't remember. Or it was like something like, did MetaZoo die this year?
Last year.
Dang, that feels like. I mean, it said die, but it's probably gonna come back. That's the also thing too. Is like so many games are still kind of in a pseudo limbo. Like MetaZoo died, but someone bought the rights to it and could revive it at any moment. We still have no words on Chaotic.
Right. Meanwhile, Weiss is continuing to reproduce by budding.
And Bushiroad keeps dumping out more card games before the card game everybody wants here. Like, I guess we're gonna talk about it. Like, so we're gonna go through most of the games here, right? We're gonna go through all these games I have written down because I had to literally write them down because I could not remember them off the top of my head. Past like
we
the
may
first
support
15.
this by company.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do that. So we're just gonna take on Bushiroad first because they're probably gonna be the bulk of it, and might as well just get it over with. So we've got to deal with 3 Weisses, Vanguard, and potentially Shadows Evolve and Hololive. Potentially.
Yeah.
Again, I only added the games that have a global release and games that might be released globally next year or get an
Right,
announcement of a global release.
and then hiding in the shadows. Oh no, they say he's got to go, 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 Godzilla.
Oh yeah, and Godzilla. Oh my god, that is 3, 4. They announced like not. This is also not including Quince, Dream Order, Rebirth,
Hi, buddy fight.
Taiwanese Buddy Fight, and the quintessential quintuplets game.
Yeah.
That's 5 games that definitely aren't coming to the West. And they still got about 6 games we're gonna talk about here. So
Man, Berzerks gotta stop.
let's actually get to it. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, HoloLive. Why the hell has HoloLive not been officially announced for the West yet?
You know what's crazy?
What is it?
On account of Metazoot dying, HoloLive might actually be the most popular Pokemon clone TCG.
I mean, I haven't actually like played or seen any gameplay because I kind of refuse to touch it.
It's very Pokemon like.
Yeah, I have heard is pretty much just kind of like almost bar for bar Pokemon with a leader card.
Yeah. Why are there so few Pokemon likes actually?
I mean, the difference is one, like, I don't know, Nintendo might come shooting. I mean, they basically spread a 3-year plan to come and shoot Power World.
Oh, that is hilarious. It's like, what do you mean you split the pattern into 3?
They use future.
You can't pull that shit.
They use Future Sight and just shot them.
Look at that defusion.
Like,
God. Fucking Bushy Road.
that's not Bushy Road. That's a
Fucking Game Freak. You know, all of these companies.
But yeah, it is very much like, dang, bro, how on earth did this is just so funny. Like, I
If you ever wanted proof that the Yakuza are still a thing, just look at this lawsuit.
it's like Power World announced that Nintendo set up a time bomb. Like, just put that right there.
It kind of reminds me of
come
like
back to
what
it.
happened. Remember when Gate Roller launched that one tweet from Kidani like, "What's this?" And then like a week later, he's suing Ikeda.
Oh man. For the record, yes, Gabe Wheeler is also on this list, so we will get to that. We will get to that.
Yeah.
So, back to HoloLive. The fact that this game should have been first up on the docket of games Bush was making that will come to the West, and then it got superseded by Godzilla, and then all of a sudden they decide to, now granted we don't know if this game's gonna come to the West, but like and we'll talk about it later, but White Shorts Rose got announced like literally this week, and it's like, wait, what the hell are we gonna do with Godzilla?
Man, I'm telling you, White Swords Rose isn't making out of Japan. Like, they're gonna announce the interspecies reviewer saying every single card shop in the US is gonna go, oh, hold on.
Yeah, that's weird. And we'll talk about Godzilla in a second, but HoloLive like legitimately like is one of the biggest things. I know they've been in some the news for some couple of suspectual reasons. Yeah, I know a couple of certain VTubers are gone. That's like the best I know.
I'm kind of mad.
You know, hey, at least they aren't V Reverie.
Do we?
V Reverie is dead.
I know.
Like, once Nova left, they were dead. Like, the fact... I'm surprised they let Nova leave. They must have been that cooked. They're like, all right, girl, you got it. You can have the Ice Dragon. It's
I
yours.
mean,
She bought that, dipped, and it was like, yeah, it's only a matter of time now.
that's how this with a lot of these smaller VTuber companies. They'll just let you keep the model at that point.
Yeah, but it's like, they were kind of... I guess you could say kind of looking like the big three of... What? Hololive, DJ Sanji, and I guess Be Reverie, or at least like they were going to be. They looked like they're up and up, and then just something just happened, and they just crashed hard.
V Shoujo's always gonna take that third place spot.
I forgot V Shoujo existed. Yeah, that's it.
Also, like Niji Sanji might be going away for like Phase Connect into the top 3. The 2024 is like the age of the big VTuber like industry shakeup.
Yeah, it's basically become what the 2000s wrestling again all over again, but
we're
2000s
the VTuber Warring States era.
2000s wrestling, but for weeboos.
So wrestling.
2000s wrestling, but for horny niggas.
Wrestling?
Okay. Anyway. So the point is, I'm surprised Hollow Knight has not been officially announced. I fully expected to get an announcement in 2025. I don't know why they haven't done it yet. They're literally English versions of the cards like floating out around there. So I don't get it. So I fully expect
they're waiting for the rest of Hololive English to graduate.
It's like, anyone else gonna leave before we print these cards?
I'm telling you, Gura's gonna graduate and everyone's gonna lose their shit, man. Shark's next.
I mean, what? After that, it's just the orange hair girl and Callie as like that first lineup at this point.
I mean, there's still Ina.
I mean, but like that first like roster, right? That's the only one I really like know about.
Dude, there's still a schoolgirl in the background that everyone forgot.
Oh yeah, that one exists.
Right.
That's like the.
And I mean,
it's like that power. It's like that one Power Ranger that you forget is on the team, like the White Ranger from not Jungle Fury from Wild Force, which is like, oh yeah, you're there.
Right.
It's like you don't do anything, but it's like, oh yeah, you're there.
I mean, that's almost every single Green Ranger if you think about it. That's not the Green Ranger.
I mean, that's not true. Ziggy is like legit one of the most memorable Green Rangers. If you actually watched RPM. Goddamn Disney.
Right. I mean, I wanted to watch RPM as a kid, but you know, those freaking time slots were crazy.
I mean, I didn't even know RPM existed. I thought I saw RPM toys at Walmart, but I never saw it. I never knew what they were. But I never watched the show until I came home like 2017. And I got on cable on demand and saw the show started episode 1. I was like, oh, Power Rangers? I didn't know they had Power Rangers on here. I guess I'll watch it. Like, because you know how cable on demand used to be like, you did it like they gave you like bits and pieces at a time and took out the old stuff. That was basically my version of like cable, of like watching a thing. It's like I watched it like chunks at a time, and I just kept checking like, oh, did it update? Did it update? Did it update? Yeah, speaking of updates, Godzilla is next on the list. The Bushiroad game coming out in 2025 came out of nowhere. A global release. What do we?
I'm telling you, they revealed this entirely to supersede the Ultraman card game announcement and release.
Oh yeah, I had to double check if Ultraman was on here. Yeah, it's on here.
I'm like, that is crazy. The announcement. I'm like, Ultraman card game now releasing globally, and then like out of nowhere, but it's like, hello,
Godzilla.
Godzilla.
It's like, okay, one, what? Two, how? Three, why? But first off,
I
what?
mean, do we know anything about the game besides it being
No,
Godzilla?
no, we just got the
Ah,
announcement. That's it. We know nothing about this game. We
dude,
know
that
more about
reminds
the.
me.
We know just about as much as we know about Bowser's Saga Set 7. We will get to that also. But yeah, just Godzilla's just a nothing burger. I'm just like, so you had nothing, right? At the very least, when like Bandai announced the Gundam card game, we at least had something, a data. Hey, this is where we're gonna show the whole thing. This is where we'll probably
Right.
have more information on that. That's all you got for now. For now, be patient, speculate, and we got you. Like, they haven't even done that. I don't think we've gotten like a. Like, I can probably see like us getting more info at the Busher product stream, but it's like, I don't know. Like, I'm just wondering how on earth are they doing these product streams? Like, they were already 2 hours and they had like 6 games. Now you just added like 3 more potentially. Like, how on earth?
These streams are turning into movies. Grab some popcorn.
Yeah, it is. That's why it's like, that's why the funny thing is like every time their fight streams, we're like, listen, can you just make Vanguard first so we can dip out, please?
Now they're
Like,
gonna save me Vanguard for last. Like, you guys want to sit in for the Infinity War of card game presentations again?
oh, yeah, so I don't know. I got nothing else to say about Godzilla. So before we get to,
I just kind of want to see gameplay because I am
I want to
going
see.
to laugh. If it is any bit similar to the Ultraman card game, you're not gonna hear the end of it from me every 2 weeks.
You're gonna start off the first podcast after that laughing.
Yeah, like I'm gonna start my joke card.
Alright. I don't think they even have a. I honestly don't think they even have a plan. They were just like, we got Godzilla. Okay.
We got our own giant dude card game now too.
Like Marvel, like, we got Blade. It's like, man. And then by the time we got any information, it's like, bro, Blade done that. Blade been worked on so long. You released more slop. You released more movies. There was you released an Ant-Man movie. Jonathan Majors was in more movies than Blade. And Blade was technically in part of one, which was Eternals, which no one saw.
It's been so long. They already had to end that entire saga.
It's been so long, the multiverse saga died.
Robert Downey Jr. came back from the dead before Blade came out.
How you let a regular dude come back alive before Blade? Before the vampire? It's like, how did y'all not learn how to write this dang character? It's like, we want to get it right. Yeah, he's a black vampire who fights vampires. How hard could it be?
It's hard.
Like, we do not care if he's part of the MCU canon at this rate. Just do that. We just want
don't need a. There doesn't need to be a plot. It's a dude who fights vampires.
Like, shoot. Listen, you're not gonna introduce Doctor Doom in his movie. Stop playing. Come on. We're not.
Look, by the time by the time that Blade movie comes out, Doom's already gonna be dabbing on Reed Richards.
Dude's gonna dab on Reed Richards, take his wife, and then dip.
Man, it's crazy how often that happens in Fantastic Four media, huh?
Gotta move on. Speaking of Fantastic Four media, which is part of Marvel media, we go to White Schwartz. Uh, what the hell is going on with that game? Because
What?
like Weiss just feels like it has been drowning. It has been in the gulag for like this. Not actually, but more like metaphorically, because it's like a lot of I've heard a lot of people kind of complain that like the sets this year haven't been that crazy outside of Nikkei and Farron, and Nikkei's not dropping this year, except in Japan.
I
It
mean,
drops next week, but like, globally it drops like in March or April.
Weiss is kind of running into this problem where like everyone, their mother's launching a new IP game, and they're like, hold, Weiss, hold.
No, here,
Sorry, nope, we got to keep our property for ourselves now again. It's like, bro, I thought we had something.
well, it's more so like they finally have like a bunch of competition too. Like Weiss,
Union Arena, Build
Union,
Divide.
yeah, Union Arena, Build by like I mean, Bright was so popular it killed its own game. It killed it. Bright was so popular it literally took itself out. Like,
Man, it's truly the Oedipus of card games.
so it's like instead of being just like kind of like condensing, what did they do? Obviously, Blau's been around for like about 2 years at this point,
No
so
one,
Blau's like the whole thing. But in a time when people were kind of like, well, we need some titles, they announced Weiss Schwartz Rose or Rose, which is basically, as people call it, the Gooner version of Weiss.
yeah,
For for some reason, they said, "Listen, we need a version of Weiss where we can get the titles that are freaky, like
here's
gushing over magical
here's a
girls,
here's the
interspecies
Weiss you can put in a
reversals,
black bag.
multiple eroge, Weiss you can get in a black bag."
Finally, the card game for the black bag market.
like like putting a 40 in the paper in a plastic bag in a paper bag.
You're gonna go into your favorite doujin store in Japan. You're gonna sit down at that table and I'll pull your White Schwartz Rose Zechs.
I hope that's the only thing they pulling out.
Yeah, maybe some cigarettes too. It's Japan. These
Okay,
got some
but
cigarettes. Got your
it's just so funny to me how like Weiss it's so funny because it's like every time like people I see these comments on Twitter. Like I remember when like Nikkei was showing off like their SRs and like their high rarity stuff. I saw a comment saying, "Man, you know, I used to think White can go any further, but man, Nikkei's been another thing." And I'm like, "What?"
right.
It's like,
Uh,
listen, I saw some of this stuff. I'm like, man, I don't know if I will say like I like that. I will kind of give my thoughts on this. Speaking of Nikkei, like I like that. Union Arena did something classic with this UI, which was like entirely new art with all the characters got high rarities and like new outfits,
yeah.
like Snow White, Dorothy's in this nice dress, Rappy's in this pantsuit, Snow White's basically like equivalent of dressing like a masculine lesbian. I don't know what else to say at this point, but it's like I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry, uh, but it's like there's a lot of like unique, cool stuff that was like, yeah, no, this is really cool. And I also like how Weiss did it. It was just they got artwork of all the characters in like different poses wearing their most notable stuff. And I say most notable
Hmm.
stuff because everyone else is wearing their normal uniforms except Denise, who is in her swimsuit. Like it is just Anise and them things are thinging.
Mm.
It's just so hilarious because, like, man, they understood the assignment to a T. They know
You
exactly
know,
which version of Niece is more popular.
I can't wait for Why Schwartz Green focusing entirely on like the younger demographic. But like, here's Weiss for all the kids. Like, let's cover all our demographic. We got Weiss Vanilla, Weiss Blue for the Fujos, Weiss Rose for the Gooners, and then Weiss Green for the kids.
Yep. Choose your starter.
One of these will give you odd looks. Now choose wisely.
It's funny because depending on who it is, it will still give you weird looks.
Right.
It's like, why are you playing the child one? You a 40-year-old man.
Right.
But it is just kind of like But back to the topic. It's like I saw that, I was like, dang, that's weird to say to the game that literally dropped a English version of a booster that literally had porn in it. I will still
Right.
make this up. The fact that Testament of Sister New Devil came out in that Fantasio Bunko set with the same artwork, which I did research with, doing the research, is literally a scene where the main girl is milking the protagonist in a hot spring and licking his nipples, and it's like, you put that on a card, dog. They put that on a card, and you're saying Nikkei's the straw? They damn near, like, they had a art where they literally had a card which is from Hybrid X Heart, a show I did watch because I was like, oh, I thought it was, I did watch back was a show I actually did watch like an episode of back when I was like getting back into anime and I had a Crunchyroll subscription. I was like, well, ReZero is over. Oh, hey, this is pretty much on the same thing. Got out at the same time. I guess I could see this. And that show, they're finding about the light novel. The light novel artwork they got in there is literally just sex. You can also tell because the flavor text is literally the main girl just with it's just hearts. It's the main girl on screen just with hearts, and you're saying Nikkei is the one that's there. Like, that's crazy.
Man, that shit had no chill.
They put literal porn in the game. You upset with Nikkei? You upset that with Blanc and Noir? That's crazy. To be fair, that set also looks kind of cracked. I'm like, what the hell have y'all done? But it's still like, that's
how are they gonna react to the Snowbreak set?
I hope I'm not gonna get there. I was about to say something crazy. This is out of pocket. I hope Snowbreak dies. That game just seems like it needs to be put out of its misery.
Oh yeah.
They did all that. They did. That game was already mid as hell. Then they said, we gotta let go of the English VAs because we need to save money. Then it became the literally the meme for the Snowbreak route, where they just became the quintessential. They started the trend of the Gooner game. They were the ones that basically started that. Like, Nikkei wasn't called the Gooner game.
We gotta kill all our male characters now. Oh shoot.
Like, Nikkei wasn't called the Gooner game back in the day. Right? It released literally before the term Gooner became an actual, like, negative connotation in terms of, like, being horny.
Right.
Like it is like, so that was a thing. So Snowbreak happened, and then it's like, it done kind of thought it was like, oh, this is the blueprint for our failing game thing. So then Tower Fantasy basically started moving in that direction. And everyone was like, yeah, no, this ain't work. And then all this whole stuff about uh this multiple controversies, I'm like, you know what? I just hope this game fails. I hope this game does, like, part of me is like, I hope this game fails. A part of me hopes that the devs finally get their act together and finally, you know, we gotta clean this up.
You
We don't.
know what's crazy?
What?
Snowbreak's so crazy. It kind of also ruined Girls Frontline.
I mean, Girls Frontline basically became 3D Nikkei.
Overnight, it's like, wow.
Like, that's just the Snowbreak done changed the game for the worst.
Meanwhile, MiHoYo's like, I don't even know who you people are.
So, I mean, they know who these people are. Because.
Like, MiHoYo's just like, they're just in their own thing. Even if Zenless is like.
So, here's the funny
Zenless,
thing. It's like, Zenless. Like, I have played Zenless a little bit more.
it's tasteful.
Yeah.
It's comparatively tasteful to the rest of these games.
One, it's comparatively tasteful. Two, that fan service isn't even really in the game like that.
Outside of the walking animations.
Yeah, outside of the walking animation, but dang, characters gotta walk. What they supposed to do? Not walk? Like, outside of, like, the thing was supposed to be, like, showing their personalities, right? The trailers are more about their personalities, right? It's like they're supposed to look cool, they're supposed to look sexy, they're supposed to be, like, goofy and all this.
You gotta make those Jane Doe teasers for trying too hard.
Oh yeah, what I mean, wow, that Jane Doe teasers are crazy, and that's where it's like people are like, oh, this is like, I hate the phrase Gooners just becomes so ugh. Like,
Back in my day, man, a bunch of dudes wearing some masks that are going Kee! In front of the Power Rangers.
What?
Back in my day, Gooner man, a bunch of people wearing masks and going Kee! In front of the Power Rangers. Goon.
That took me a second. That took me out for a second. I'm like, huh? My brain actually just stopped working. What did you say? I thought you said something crazy. I'm like, huh? The Power Rangers? What kind of what episode? What Power Rangers you were watching? You were watching that. You were watching that. That porno Sentai. I don't know what you were watching. It's like, huh?
Look, those Giga costumes are great, alright?
Oh my god.
I watch it for the fights.
Uh-huh. The fights.
Yeah. They're well choreographed.
Uh-huh.
They're on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
No, really are.
Sir, I know. At least I think so.
You can actually watch the regular side of the series.
The regular side? Okay. We're moving on. But the point is, like, dang. Now it's like, I think they very much just made this so that they could get games that are higher ratings than Nikkei. Because Nikkei is like a 13 plus game. Like, every other, like, video game, like big, like, eroge, like, notable eroge, right? Like I know
right.
they've got multiple Fate titles, but Fate's not, like, an eroge anymore, right? It's basically been
they got so popular I had to clean up its act.
Clean up its act, quote unquote. Well, I saw that those summer CL, that summer CL. They ain't clean nothing up. They thought they did. Everybody's like, wait. But they'll find those players will find a way. But yeah, now they can get, like, they could get, like, a Taimanin which would be crazy. They could actually get the crazy like light novel, not visual novel, excuse me, versions of Mud Love.
You
Like
know, it'd be funny.
what?
If all those other edgy series got remade sets in Weiss Rose.
Oh, they that sounds like money. It's like, man,
It's mad funny.
OG Fate Stay Night, just like
Hey,
OG
hey guys, we're remaking the Two Lovers set.
Fate Hollow Axtia, which is way more degenerate than the original Fate Stay Night.
Senran Kagura is probably an easy pick.
Probably. Like there's a lot of degenerate titles they could just grab and like put in there, which is crazy.
Right. And then the second it actually outsells regular Weiss for like a few months, everyone's gonna just
Move on to that, or basically say why
Snowbreak will launch a TCG overnight.
Oh my god! If they make it that far,
Right. Oh shoot! Wait, we can lose in this market.
it's like so. Speaking of titles that are in there, let's talk about finally the last global Bushiroad Vanguard. None of these sets since set 2 have had a collab. I know it's a very awkward way to start, but like, yeah, that's
It's weird.
Like Vispo is supposed to be like the next tournament pack has Vispo support cards in it, and Vispo is not released.
And it's like, didn't they announce like back during regular D that like, hey, we're gonna start putting collabs up in these main sets as like side little pieces, so boost sales, which did boost sales, and now they're like, we gotta go back on it now. Okay.
I mean, the problem has always been with the collabs when it comes to Global Vanguard is that for some reason they don't actually plan out. They get it for Japan, but they don't actually plan for when the sets coincide with their English release. For example, My Go was a set later. Quince was a set later. Trying to think of what other thing was missing.
I mean, that's fine as long as we get the collabs.
Yeah, but now it's like we're not even getting the collabs. Heck, some people got on notice too. Is like we aren't even getting box toppers anymore. Like the sneak preview is just an energy. It's just another energy card with
maybe Bushiro should just do what they want to do and just take Vanguard out of the English speaking market. They don't care anymore.
I think the problem is, but here's the thing: Vanguard is still a strong thing in the market. They literally say most of Vanguard sales is from the English speaking side. They have said that like the West spends more on Vanguard than Japan, I think. So even if they were like, it's time to finally take Vanguard out the global market, one, that's basically admitting defeat for saying they wanted they wanted their own version of Yu-Gi-Oh, and two, that's a large part of the market they would lose off the rip. And for somebody who literally said for a company that literally wants to say they want to be the number one TCG company, not in Japan, just in general, taking your biggest flagship game out the global market seems like an L. Seems like an L you do not want to take right now. Especially when, I'm going to be honest, a lot of these other companies are cooking you. Again, I started the podcast talking about this Stardust Blade trial deck. I say it's probably the best product Vanguard's dropped in a minute,
Yeah.
and it's just going back 4 years. Going back to product made 4 years ago. Like, how much has you just devolved in the market to think to be like, we gotta go back 4 years ago to a time where people say was trash because we can't do anything else new or right correctly.
Right.
Like, I feel like I just kind of went from Vanguard just to kind of just rant on Bushiroad as a whole, but it very much is like, God damn it, bro, how do y'all keep messing this up?
Right.
Like, I feel like a lot of the people who still, so here's my big thing I've been sitting on for a minute, and I've thought about this for a couple days. I think the only reason, or rather not the only reason, but one of the large reasons Vanguard players who still play the game, who still latch on to premium, which, by the way, I will tell you this right now, if the Godzilla card game is in BCS next year, because at this point, we're probably not going to get a Spring Fest, because Worlds will be during Spring Fest season.
Mm-hmm.
We're not getting a premium tournament. I was thinking,
Woo!
man, Hololive will take it down. No, Godzilla will take away premium before Hololive.
Go Godzilla!
It's like, I literally asked the question, like, all right, would you rather take Hololive to Godzilla? And it's like, people always like go like, man, I don't care about no Godzilla. And it's like, all right, well, you better care now because it just took away your last bastion of G era. Thanks so much, guys. Thank you for letting V die. I hope you enjoy your legacy format also dying.
Man, a giant lizard coming in and stomping all over premium is like the perfect finale to old Vanguard. I can't name a better send-off than a big lizard.
But I say this to say, like, I think one of the big reasons I think is just subconsciously a lot of Vanguard players who played during that time, who are still somewhat playing now, and are hoping for like the good old days, quote unquote, are in here. I say quote unquote, like they were good. I'm just being stupid. But like one of the big reasons they do this is because they really do feel like for effectively 8 years, ever since G ended, Vanguard has never been able to get that momentum back. No matter.
And the weirdest thing is, they kinda always get a good burst of momentum, and immediately don't capitalize.
I mean, yeah, it is just like dang, because like we think about like V was, let's see, this reset, right? It's like supposed to be this reset, but it's like on people's close restaurants, like, did we need one? Like,
And
we
like,
probably
I'm
needed
also kinda like,
we probably needed something, but I don't think we needed a whole reset of the game. A Full
I
Metal
don't know.
Alchemist Brotherhooding of Vanguard.
I wouldn't. I
Like,
think we
that's the
did need a
biggest thing.
reset, but the problem, right, with V is that they kind of show what they should have done instead.
That is also a thing. I think the thing is like
V
should,
V is a filler arc. V is quite literally a filler arc in Vanguard's history.
which is weird because probably the two best seasons of Vanguard came from said filler arc.
Right.
A prequel series about a literal one-off episode in G, which it kind of was. Like,
Yeah.
Shinmon is pretty much based on the one, on that one,
G flashback
that
episode
one
with
G
Ryuji,
flashback
yeah.
episode. Yeah, sorry, where Shin reveals that he was on Chrono's dad's team the whole time. Dad's team, and it's like it's basically entirely taking that one premise plus some of Strigate and basically like turning it into a V series prequel. And it was one of the best seasons of the entire series. And then you have If, which in my opinion, while it does stumble at certain points, it's still probably one of the strongest
It's a
like
celebration of the franchise up to that point.
yeah, I think its only real like issue is how it kind of handles Emmy.
I
How it
mean,
just
yeah.
handles any Emmy by the end of it, but it's like it's still, despite that, it still is like pretty fun. Like its only real sin is that it's animated with the budget of a peanut butter swirl.
Man, they put all of one episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into that show's budget. And said, you better stretch that out.
Yeah, it's like, and then all the budget that did go somewhere went to an episode in which Hari is the focus, quote unquote.
Right.
Like Hari gets literally the best fight scene in the entire season, and it's like, what? like,
Right.
like you could tell the animator who led that project was like, yeah, I'm about to cook on this. they, they hit the ooh boy, I'm about to make a name for myself here, and cooked, and it was like, it's like that was so cool, but why on earth did you waste it on Hari?
I do find it kind of crazy that it's like, let's just say Corden's existence kind of sucks in every single timeline and make that a plot point for an episode.
I mean, yeah, that's. I really want to get back to working on that video because I want to just straight up say it. Like, I think it's so funny that Corin basically was probably before she was character assassinated, but it was so fun and interesting and entertaining. It's like that's one of the few times, kind of like American Dad, where it's like the one time you could say character assassination made the show better.
Right, but it's like, how do you canonize character assassination like that?
Only
So,
how do you,
no wonder she's crazy. She's just kind of doomed in every single timeline.
yeah, she is, and it's like the one time she's like, "Wait, I can do something to kind of stop this." She goes off and does it, even though it is insane how she does it.
Yeah.
But it's like she does it, and it's like that's more than what I could say about any version, any character in Legion Mate. It's like, oh man, we're gonna do it, and then they just get whopped for so long. It's like we don't care anymore, bro.
Right.
I think that's just kind of it. Like it very much is like if you liked uh if you liked excuse me ultra rare, this was kind of like a attempt at an apology for you because how you just kind of got nothing
All
after.
five Suiko fans ate so well they're probably full right now still.
I mean, for crying out loud, they made Suiko Ibuki a potential ship. Like that was a ship I don't think even the craziest shippers were thinking about at the time. But it's like
They turned Vanguard and Chill into a euphemism overnight.
like one of the coolest things is just like man, it is just like when you just think about it, and this is again no shade to the OG to Kirito, like the man is like still great. We wouldn't have this game without him. But it is you could tell so much that like that original storyline for V for the manga definitely was not gonna definitely did not work for how the anime
I
was
mean,
poised.
it kind of has the same problem with the Evangelion manga. It was a monthly story that went on for well after the actual finale of the show was made for. So things just get wonky.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. We just went on a tangent again. So, but to put up
As
this,
always.
I think Vanguard, I think had the best set of the year with Divine Set One. I think that set is borderline perfect, almost perfect. I think
You know what they need to do?
what?
Turn DZ set 1 into the into like something in the MTG Foundations. And just reprint the hell out of it like every year.
I mean, that should be
Alongside the starter decks. Like
yeah.
every just fresh print run every year. Keep the starter base going.
Or at the very least, just make a set with all like the good generics and like reprint the bosses, the main bosses in those set, the generics, and put them in there combined with another set and be like, yeah, this is basically set one but a super reprint.
Yep, and just keep it in circulation.
Yeah, it's like it's just so good and it's going to be the forefront of the next 2 years pretty much. It's like you
It's like
might
that's the problem like Vanguard consistently has. They hit it out the park with that first wave of starter products, and then the game rapidly becomes unaffordable again, and all the new players they got in drop right back out. Every time.
I mean, the whole thing is like just like this is kind of like one of the things I both like and utterly hate about Yu-Gi-Oh is that when that first year of a set that comes out with a like a big kind of like meta defining like uh,
Mm-hmm.
archetype, for example, like Snake Eyes, we're about to go into Reziel and Malice. Oh God, Malice, why? But like one thing is that a year later, they will just reprint the heck out of that stuff.
Right.
Now, granted, the reason they reprint the heck out is that they can have a reason to be like, well, we're gonna ban it. It's like, well, it doesn't matter. You spent $2 on it. It's like you shouldn't be upset. You spent $2 on it. Why are you upset for?
Right.
And it's like
But yeah,
you can't really argue that like in the terms of monetization because it's like, well, yeah, you finally got it, even though it just fade
yeah,
out
the
your
tips
hands.
are great.
Wow, I was like again, like freaking Borreload and uh Barrow on the floor is like, yeah, you finally got Borreload and Barrow on the floor, and then take like 3-4 months and they're gone.
And you know what's hilarious about every single time that Vanguard has this problem? You know what? It's almost always in
What?
PGs and effects triggers. Every time, no matter the Vanguard era, it's always the PGs and effect triggers.
Uh, I don't know. I feel like PG effect
Most of the
triggers are.
PGs. Like people don't want to pay $20 for PGs.
I mean,
And it keeps happening.
I don't know. I feel like PG is finally kind of stabilized. They've reprinted them like 8 times now.
How are they these days, actually?
They're like
Because I remember, like, OG Vanguard, $20 PGs,
like
G, $20
early. They were
PGs,
like about like
B, $20 PGs.
$3-4. Now it's like they're just there's like multiple printings of them and multiple like very artworks and variations. It's like, well, it's
The good
cool.
PGs.
Plus they're rares, so like I know they've Divine Set One reprinted, made new art arts for PGs. Uh, Overdress sets, Will Dress Set 6 dropped new art PGs. Like there's so many like PGs now. It's like they're just out in the open. They're basically like $1 at most, pretty much.
Nice.
Now the effect triggers upset me. That's another problem because it's different because unlike in V was like obviously it makes sense because the effect triggers in V were basically just either the heal guards which got reprinted out at the wazoo and the draw PGs, which also got printed up the wazoo eventually. But like all the other effects just are so mid. It's like, dang, you just don't. It's like they're not cool. The effects aren't cool, man. They're just getting 5K shield, and yet they're still $3-4
We need a
as
shake up,
rares.
all right. They need to release the power trigger.
Like honestly, just bring stands back.
Or the power trigger, hear me out.
No, that's just the
Power
front
plus
trigger.
20,000.
That's just the front
Just
trigger.
power plus 20. It is.
That's just the front trigger.
Power plus 20,000, no other effects. It's just double the power boost of a normal trigger. That's it?
No,
Why not?
that's just the front trigger.
Yeah, but it's only on one unit. Changes the entire game. Think about the mind games of not knowing if someone could just randomly break a 1 to pass. I mean a 2 to pass, just out of nowhere.
That's called the over trigger.
Yeah, but now there's 4 of them. Huh?
So overall, Vanguard is better. I didn't even think I got through to finish all my points. No, wait, I think we just kind of did. I don't know. I'm sorry, but yeah, that basically is Vanguard. It is so. It's in a good upswing, but it's also like just the fact that we know that at any moment Bushiroad could just kill that momentum by complete accident. Not complete accident. It's more like they start complete accident, and then when they try to actually capitalize it, they somehow make the worst decision imaginable.
It's incredibly consistent, actually, how they do it.
It's like I just don't know. Like
They have a banana peel, like on stage every time.
it's just like somebody. I think we just need a new head, bro.
Yeah.
I can't take it anywhere. I'm just gonna say it. I don't think we need Kadani in leadership anymore, bro.
Yeah, give Kidani his golf clubs and just take him all the way. Just
like I'll give the man his flowers. He's run a good ship for a good 15, 20 years, but
mostly carried by hard luck. But yeah.
But oh my goodness, bro! Like you want to be the number one TCG thing. The one thing you don't do is when your TCGs are already like in the middle of the road. Some players are happy, some players are unhappy. You don't just constantly dump out more and more and more. Again, we talked about we haven't gotten to Bandai yet because we talked about 6 games just in the global market. One doesn't have an official English release yet. One doesn't even have rules or cards shown, but it's coming out globally. One is another spin-off of a game that already exists, and Shadowverse is now hitting this weird point where it's like it is starting to fall off hard, especially after in Japan the Vanguard collab happened where Overlord was so powerful it basically was a tier 0 format. How did you recreate set 5? You actually recreated set 5. It's crazy. They literally like 2 days before they banned Stardust Trumpeter and Little Soldier Conroe in Shadowverse Evolve.
Amazing.
If you told me that Stardust Trumpeter and Little Soldier Conroe would be banned in a card game in 2024, I thought you were smoking crack. I'm like, you out your mind.
What Bushiroad is?
Were you playing is Grades One Rush a thing in premium again? Because I don't know how that's possible. Oh, it's just like what?
Man.
Like this is also that's also kind of like part on side games. They just kind of over tuned, but it still doesn't make the fact of holy cow, how did this happen any
I
more
mean, because
frustrating?
isn't this the same company that fired an entire team because he said the nerf Chaos Breaker?
I do not remember that, nor do I have any
the,
official information
the,
about that.
the, the original test team said do not release Chaos Breaker Dragon. They leaked it out in retaliation from Bushro saying release it as is, and then Bushro nuked the entire testing department. And that's why we've been on this course ever since.
For the record, there's no official news about that I know of.
It's old Vanguard like lore.
But it's just the
Or that time they made a card so strong in Buddy Fight Cicada to quit.
I mean, they made a card so strong, Buddy Fight, they killed the they made mechanics so strong, Buddy Fight, they killed the game.
Honestly, it was a Buddy Fight turned into the perfect Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, in my humble opinion. By the end of it, it was a damn good Yu-Gi-Oh! Like.
But it is very much like, come on, bro. Like
Bro,
it
every deck can OTK in 20 ways from Sunday. It's great. Love it.
it makes me frustrated because I really did love the start of X. Not no Ace, excuse me. The start of Ace. Ace was so cool, but like the way sets were handled, the fact that the secondary market didn't really exist for that game, and then you added in Lost World, it just became this constant thing of, well, Lost World is so powerful that decks have now become Lost World Turbo. If your deck can't turbo into a Lost deck after you got your stuff set up, your deck is bad.
And then we hit the high point, in my personal humble opinion, where decks are just strong enough they didn't need Lost World anymore.
And that's where the problem came in, because then you had Matt, which which is literally just in a first turn FTK, which was an
I
actual
mean,
FTK.
we had that one Angel deck that can literally negative turn kill you.
It's just so funny.
I
Anyway, I'll be
love
right
the
back.
idea of like a turn zero kill on the opponent's turn. Beautiful. Beautiful. God, what a great game. It was peak. It seems the host has disappeared. Awkward.
My apologies. Had to take care of something. So,
Oh, all right.
all right. So I think we're done with Bushiroad because we need to move on to Bandai. So
Yeah.
Bandai, what's on the chopping block for you? You've got Digimon, Battle Spirit Saga, One Piece, Gundam, Union Arena. Is Ultraman part of Bandai or?
Actually, as it turns out, it's Super Riot Publishing on their own, which is wild.
Hmm, that's
I
interesting.
thought it was Bandai at first, because like Bandai owns like half the company, but no.
Oh yeah, and then Dragon Ball Super Fusion World. Uh,
And regular Dragon Ball Super.
that doesn't exist. You know what? Good transition. Let's talk about Dragon Ball Super. Uh, this game, I don't know what the hell did happen. Like this game seemed to be poised to be like, oh yeah, we've made a much more eased, accessible play. We've got a client, right? You guys like clients. You guys like having online clients, right? For your card game, right? You totally love that. And then what happens after set one? No one talks or plays about this game anymore. This game
See,
fell off
so
a
here's
cliff.
what happened. Alright. See, they had it right with like, making an online client, like day one. Great idea. The problem, it is the worst free-to-play experience of any online card game,
Oh wow.
bar none. Like, you are fighting for scraps. Like, every online card game has like a baseline rule, right? One pack a day. Pretty simple, right? It's like a
Yeah.
drug. You gotta keep on the one pack cigarettes a day.
Yep.
Bandai and their great idea was like, yeah, if you're a free to play player and you don't buy an actual physical product, that's gonna be enjoy like 5 days of grinding for one pack of cards.
Oh. Oh no.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Your weeklies is
They,
for
they
one pack. That's crazy.
they broke the one rule.
So you have to whale out to get your cards after
Yep.
the starting like whale dries up.
Uh-huh.
I see.
You know what a week of grinding it gets me in MTG Arena?
A week
A
of grind.
draft I can chain into more drafts and the more cards.
Shoot, a week gives me 3 packs. A week can give me like a couple packs, and I'm like packs a day, and I'm like, yeah, let's get it.
Right?
Like I literally just build up, slowly build my decks at a time. But it's like, dang, I initially built one deck. I initially built 2 decks, then started building a foundations deck. It's like very much is it is not like some sort of like masterful, like free to play like god system, but it's like it sounds way strong, way better than what Bandai did to Super.
Like, it works.
But I think the also thing is like, so then what happened to the physical? Because seeing Sailor Japan, that thing also fell off a cliff. And it was like that was the whole point of Fusion World, to make it so that Japan had access to it.
I don't even know.
I mean, I know that it
Why?
kind of had like almost a
I
one
tried.
a near one deck format, but it's like it's just crazy to me. It's like, dang,
Right?
it's so upsetting how weird this one messed up. Yeah, I feel like it'll probably jump back in eventually. It could just be like we're at the tail end of the Dragon Ball hype cycle, and it's just like just bad timing. It's like,
Like,
well, we don't have no
Dragon-
super. People don't really want to watch Daima until it gets dubbed, which I don't know why on earth it took them until they just announced when the dub releases, even though they said, oh yeah, these are all the voice actors for Daima. All right, when's the dub
Honestly,
released?
I've been
Next
meaning to
year.
check out Daima. Like every time I hear about it, it's like, oh wait, hold on, this actually sounds like a really cool season.
But it's just like, dang, they really just kind of dropped the ball with Dragon Ball. Kind of here. I think Sparking Zero is the only one, but that's its own kind of
I mean,
issues.
I think the problem Dragon Ball is having right now is that like they stopped the anime before like they need to adapt the manga arcs at some point for Super.
I mean, kind of, yeah. I think that's the problem. Is
Like,
also is like, I think one was just they wanted Daima because they wanted more stuff from the manga arcs, and then when Akira Toriyama died, that probably also threw a wrench into a lot of plans too.
I mean, Daima was announced and like planned out before his passing,
Yeah,
so
but it's just like they probably had other plans too, and like definitely would have had like consulting on the manga arcs, but like the fact that he died before they even started working on it to the point where they basically put the manga on indefinite hiatus.
uh,
Like I think just like it derailed the hype
for sure.
because I think another thing's like superhero should have been like this. Like yeah, here's Gohan finally doing something, getting a new form. Here's Piccolo getting something. You know, here's the start of Pan, and it's like no one really talks about that movie the way they do like Battle of Gods or even Resurrection F.
Mm. I mean, I like Superhero for what
Or
it was.
like Broly was like the last like legit. I haven't watched superhero, but like Broly was like the last time people were like, "Yeah, Dragon Ball." Outside of getting Sparking Zero's announcement.
I mean, Broly is hilarious as like a movie because it's literally just a title fight. It is the most empty Dragon Ball movie on a conceptual level. It's even the musical score is just people chanting about two dudes fighting. That's it, and it works.
I mean, I
We don't
think.
want we want to see the big guy fight Goku and Vegeta.
I mean, I think it also works because they then characterize Broly as something more.
Right.
It's like, yeah, we're going to get to Goku and Vegeta, but Broly was just kind of a nothing character. Yes, he had like this beef with Goku, but like, what if we actually gave him like characters? Again, the League of
Right.
Legends, Legend of Runeterra technology of we have these characters who really do need more fleshing out their lore. Let's give them their own characters around them. For example, like Zillion was one of the oldest characters in League of Legends. He had no real storylines. They have not updated his model since his release. It's been almost 15, 20 years. But they gave him lore. They gave him characters he talks with. They gave him story beats. They gave him a lot of things in that card game. And that's kind of what they did with Broly. It's like we gave you effectively a girlfriend. We gave you a homie. We gave your daddy, a little bit more stuff to do before he gets packed up by Frieza. Like like they did a lot
Like
more for Broly overall as time will go on, hopefully.
I I feel like the Broly movie works and like all of that works so well up until the point you remember Broly's in his 40s. Like he can play the poor like lost in the world downtrodden hard job muscle guy when he's also like pushing 50 like Goku and Vegeta.
I completely forgot about how old Broly would be.
Yeah. I think the writers forgot too.
I mean, the writer was Toriyama. But that,
Toriyama always forgets.
I mean, he literally said, "I forgot I even created this character." Like, well, I guess I'll do something with him. I think that's shocking because I'm just realizing, oh my god, it really has been that long. Because it's like, I think about the
Goku's
time.
a grandfather.
I know, but it's just like I never put it together because they just look the same.
Right. But no, these guys are all in their
Like
40s, man.
outside of Bulma's BBL, they all look the same.
Almost the only character that ages because Krillin keeps shaving.
And even then,
I was joking.
she literally asked to age herself like 5 years back every
Right.
time she can. Like I'm legitimately serious. Like they literally have a way to bring back the Black Star Dragon Ball final arc completely
Right.
just from
Like
her alone.
I was talking with my coworkers about this, but they need to give Vegeta. They need to let Vegeta keep his beard. Hell, let Goku keep his beard. Let the Saiyans grow their hair out for like ever.
I mean, they did that in GT with, but obviously
Vegeta,
everyone hated that and they're like, get that weird thing off his lip. What the heck's
nah.
that?
Vegeta needs the handlebars back.
Okay, all right. So Fusion World's
Look,
kind of weird.
he's already one of the shortest people in the cast. Let him keep the handlebars.
All right. Speaking of short, let's go to finally talk about the uh, the soon to be potentially short lived card game, Battle Spirit Saga. I'm gonna say right here, if there's not a set 7 announcement at the World Finals next month, I fully believe Battle Spirit Saga is going to die like right after Gundam drops.
I mean, I'm not. I would be surprised.
Because I'm just like at this point I don't know. Like set 6 drops this week. This week or next week. And I've only seen a grand total of one person do a box opening. And I say that because that box opening is from the only channel that has ever made any Bowser Saga content in the past 4 months.
Oof.
In a reasonable, not just 4 months. Let me double check here one more time, just to make sure I'm not tripping. Let's see. Let me go into this thing. So yeah, that's this channel I saw. Uh, that's 6 months. All the big videos are from a year ago. 9 months. Tibet player. This. Let's see. 4 months ago. Yeah, pretty much. That
Oh,
outside of that
that's
one channel,
grim.
outside of that one channel, there is quite literally not a single channel. Like I'm looking at main deck master. Let me go see some of these channels I actually do follow. Okay, that's not true. There are like a couple. Uh, okay, cool. Main deck masters did come back. Okay, it took them a minute, but it took them a minute to kind of show up. This just kind of general opening channel. Nope, not you. Yet, a channel that was really, really into Bowser Saga has not posted a single thing on their channel in 8 months.
You know what's crazy?
What is it?
I
Before I
was like, out of anyone, I'm like, I don't know. I feel like Battle Spirit's just going away of like Battle Spirits almost did in Japan. And I was like, except there's no Digimon the Bailout Saga this time.
mm,
Because like Bowser's on its way out before that first Digimon collab.
okay. Okay, so
So
there's a
history's
channel that.
repeating.
So here's the thing. There's a channel they call Bing. They dropped a video about their thoughts on the new ban list. This is before the ban list hit. That was 2 months ago. Their most recent thing was them saying they beat Symphony of the Night a month ago on their
Nice,
PSP.
congrats.
On their PSP.
Hell yeah.
And their last words are, now I need to film something. They have not filmed anything. Just joking. Like, congratulations on that. But it's just kind of funny. It's like, dang. I'm really just looking at them like, every channel that did at least talk about Battle Saga. Okay, there's one channel that's finally kind of talked about, but it's like a lot of like the channels that really went into Battle Saga just kind really hard fell off. I haven't seen Ibo talk about it. I haven't seen Cosmic talk about it. Nobody who was following the thing has not talked about it in a way that's like, you know, I guess you could say,
Matters, yeah.
I don't want to be, mean, but like, yeah, I guess you could say, quote unquote, matters, right?
Right.
So like that to me is like, while it's starting to warm up again, it's like I feel like it's too late.
Mm-hmm.
I think I think to me like one of the time moments where it's like your card game is done is when your content creators just fade away, and there's not a
Right.
lot to replace them. Like I say this kind of thing like if I think say if I think it's really like if your biggest content creator were to disappear, would there be enough people who would match up their ranking, right? For example,
Different Friend is taking bribes from Bushroad right now to keep playing Vanguard.
I I was I was gonna say that, but I was gonna say if Different Fight were to fall would like stop Vanguard right now because he still loves
It's
the
it.
game.
That's it.
I still do believe that there are content creators who could take up his spot.
But it will cause some damage.
Yeah, it'll cause some damage, without doubt, but like eventually we'll get over it, right? As long as the game is
Right.
still strong and those players continue to be there, right? But it's like, you know, I think the other thing is like the only other. I think the problem is also like the two other channels that would be like around his level would be Solemn and I think like a Japanese card game player or I think probably I don't think it's
Top Tech Heroes, maybe?
yeah probably Top Deck Heroes, but I think the difference is like I think the difference is like if Solemn and Different Fight were to both dip, then we're in deep trouble
Right.
because something
And
has
like,
gone wrong.
Solemn kind of like, I mean, sorry, Different kind of carries like generalist Vanguard content. Like he's almost like MPT in a way, right? Like,
Uh, not
it's evergreen. It's more evergreen, I could say. As evergreen as you can be with Vanguard content, almost.
I guess you could say that definitely like a lot more you know like a lot of people just understand from the topics he talks about, right? Like there's not
Yeah.
And there's obviously like news channels like W Slasher or Magane, but like no one like does all of the stuff he does
Right.
with as much editing, stronger thumbnails, and the people. The granted, it's not like saying like, oh, there's not a lot of people. It's like a lot of people do have like that
Mm-hmm.
good editing, but it takes them a while, right? Because
Yeah.
they don't have the free time. Now, to be fair, I don't know how that brother has free time at all. He's doing a PhD. He's in a whole different country. He's trying to be a competitive Vanguard player, and it's like, bro, and run a YouTube channel, and do all this stuff with Bushy Road, with Shadowverse and Vanguard, and I'm just like, dog, how do you sleep?
Right. And you know what's crazy? Yu-Gi-Oh has Red, and all we have is W Slasher.
Who?
The Retta,
Oh,
rank 10 Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh has hit that guy, and
you
then
mean
we're stuck with W Slasher for Vanguard.
you mean like kind of like a meme ish channel?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's even.
I,
That's not even comparison, honestly.
dude, Reddit's the one behind It's More Been Time.
Like,
Like, how, like, what? He's the one that did this?
yeah, I think that's just the other thing. It's like I think. I mean, I'll say this like. Someone said like pretty much like you can tell kind of like the current state of a card game based on how like late
It's
a
memes
game enters
permeate.
party, memes and like how they late they are to party content. I saw a
Yeah.
lot of people on a video talk about how Yu-Gi-Oh felt late to the party with all the can blank player guess how good this Yu-Gi-Oh card is videos and whatnot that Simo kind of
Right.
pumps out now, or you know the progression stuff where everybody's like coming together and fighting each other, right? But it's like
Mm-hmm.
I think about it, I'm just like that's just normal things.
Like, it's fun, evergreen content that you don't have to stay super current with the game on that. Like, you can just pick up and watch.
Yeah. Plus, I think also just like that also requires like a lot of connections, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like even if like Different is our biggest content creator, he couldn't get MBT on. I don't think he. I think MBT would go on anything, but like I don't think he'd get Simo on a Vanguard rating thing. I don't think you'd get Farfa on one, but
I mean, you could definitely get MPT on one.
Solemn could. Solemn could get MBT. Solemn could get Simo. Solemn could get Joshua Schmidt
I
probably.
mean, MBT will. MBT will just also like do a lot of the smaller streamers. To be fair.
Yeah, like MBT will do anything so long as he's like, yeah, you're chill. But like very
As
much
long as
like,
all make he's as long as all to make one buzzy joke on your channel, he'll be in.
but I just think about that and it's like I think it's very hard when like your card game creators aren't more consistent or more out there. Like
Right.
I'm just saying, was like this was a Bandai game. This was a game that had Avril Lavigne, that had Game Grumps, that had Pro ZD, all marketing set one. We are now at the release of set 6, and I have seen one whole video talk about set 6. I have seen for probably like 3 channels in the past month talk about anything about talk or play anything Bowser Saga related.
I mean, if so, celebrity
The
sponsorships
bet.
don't really
Hold
do
on,
much
hold
for
on. Let me
card
finish
games.
this off. Let me finish this off here. The fact that the channels that follow Bandai card games, like Cosmic, don't even talk about Bowser Saga anymore, should tell you something's wrong.
I guess it's time to close the book on this saga.
You're,
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
you're so lucky we're not done. We're so lucky we just 2 things into Bandai. Oh god. I would turn off this podcast right so fast. Alright, so I think just Bandai Bowser Saga final verdict. It is in a limbo waiting for its final judgment, basically.
There's a beam rifle pointed right at it.
Speaking of speaking of judgment, uh the game that has Bleach in it, Union Arena. Uh Honestly, this game only really is doing well because the original Japanese Union Arena release was so bad that they effectively fixed a lot of the issues going into this current release. So
Huh.
that's why it's really like doing much better than it was in Japan. Because Japan, it was pretty much screwed until Nikkei showed up, and then Nikkei basically like revitalized the entire thing. Now,
Nikkei still seems like a weird pick for this.
I mean, the fact that it was the first game Nikkei was in was like, wait, what?
Yeah,
Nikkei
that's
in a card game?
and in that card
And
game.
that was when they finally started to do like, I think it was like our Hero SAO where they start to do the high rarity cards and then the serial numbers and whatnot. So like that combined with the fact that you had this out of nowhere like banger in Nikkei coming out of nowhere, it's just like, oh shoot.
Yeah, but I'm just like when I think like cool Bandai card game, the like Bleach, Kogios, and Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm not thinking Nikkei.
I mean, that's what changed it. That just changed the game because Nikkei isn't under Bandai. That's a Korean game.
Right.
Like Bandai went to Shift Up and said, "Listen, can we get your game in our card game?" And they did, and it basically revitalized the game. like they, like I mean, that says something when like Bandai has Bleach, Jujutsu Kaisen, Hunter x Hunter, Idolmaster, and it took an outside force to save you.
Right.
But it was because of that outside force that Union Arena in global is doing doing well.
Hmm.
So it very much is like like pretty much Union Arena. I would say is probably what pretty much was the closest to ground zero of those serial number high rarity like super high hard to get, not ground zero, but it's more like it along with One Piece.
Do you not remember the Blaster Dark numbers?
We will not talk about that.
Dude,
But it and One Piece are like the ones where like you have this big anime IP. Let's make a alt art or a really high rarity, hard sought after card that people want. I think right now, I think the Modernia card for Nikkei in Union Arena is almost like 20k yen.
jeez.
And that is saying something because, but again, we did the stream. You know how I said Modernia is probably one of the most popular Nikkeis in the entire game.
Right.
So it's like almost 2,000 for her. That's crazy. People pulling up for that.
Yeah.
Note that this is also like not current, but it's just like that's crazy. The serial number Red Hood action marker. Red Hood is also another popular character. Bam, we're finding it. So they just kind of actively fit those things into the English release. Not to mention they got other English release things like SAO and what is it called? One Punch Man. I think is also another thing too. So they very much took a different approach going to English, which is I think is shows like, yeah, you can adapt and do well, right?
Yeah.
Which honestly is like, it's probably one of the biggest comeback stories of this era of card games, to be honest.
We need a good comeback story at this point with card games.
Yeah. Well, speaking of comeback stories, let's go on to Digimon. Digimon, who last night fully showed out their full plans to officially complete the merger between English and Japan for set releases.
Yep.
Which
You
this
know
is
that
sorry, continue.
I like how like everyone's like wanting the same thing for Vanguard, and like every time Vanguard gets close to like coinciding things, the gap just keeps getting wider and wider and wider and wider.
Yeah, it is. It is very weird that that's just the case. But I think that's just because of weird shenanigans and ensue. But very much so, it's like the fact that Digimon did it. Like
Right.
like there's like they're not there yet all the way, but the fact that they are seeing the landing strip in disguise means that they are and they're that close. Excuse me, and are that close is a good thing because it
Yeah.
means even though it messed up some of their set releases, the fact that they did it, they made the conscious effort to put them together as a way to see if they could do it, and they are about to do it. That's insane. That's really good.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of excited because as someone who just recently started playing Digimon, the fact that the deck I want to upgrade is in one not only in BT20, I think, yeah, in BT20, but the fact that they officially announced that, yeah, no, this set will be the debut of the one of the last uh like main Digimon series in Applemon, or was with Gachamon.
Applemon.
Like the fact that they finally said, yeah, we're going to bring Applemon in, like, it's no longer a meme. From what I could tell, like, it's no longer a meme. They're in. We finally have everybody. We're concluding. We're starting a new generation. Make sure everybody in. Everybody can eat now.
Right. Fine. I finally.
Like, that's crazy. Like, that's like dropping a Power Ranger, like a new. That's like dropping a Power Rangers game and saying, "Man, all right, so here is like this is like doing a sequel to Battle for the Grid." And like we got all these old characters, but to show you that we're
Right.
serious, that we want everybody to like and play this game, we're adding in Gem and Gemma.
Who?
Exactly. Now, granted, if you've seen RPM, you know Gem and Gemma are some of the best characters in that show. Though every character is the best character in that show. Gem and Gemma
uh,
and Flynn. We're gonna. They're all in. They're going in. Let's go. Voiced by their actors specifically. We got him. You're gonna hear I'm Scottish in your fighting game. Let's get it.
yeah.
Like that's kind of how hype it is. It's like for a lot of people, it's like, oh wow, woohoo. Like they're that serious, and I do appreciate that. Listen, I've been a hater of Digimon for a while, but I've started to kind of understand why people do like the game now. Whether or not I will get into
It
it, it's really just casual. But it's like
it
I'm
has got
starting to
some interesting
understand.
clue to it.
I'm finally understanding. It also helps that the deck I want to play is a Red Hybrid because the only Digimon series I actually like, and it's actually kind of low key busted. Like literally went to locals after Vanguard tournament. We played a match. I played a match with my homie. I just kind of sat there. He had this whole. He was playing that that bug deck that like flips up your shield,
Oh,
said you gain effects, and I just hit a raid piercing uh 3 security attack, technically 4 security attack, ancient Greymon into his big beater, destroyed that, destroyed over half his security,
right.
and his entire structures fell down. It was just funny,
I
but
mean, for me, it's just I'm kind of like those like more like weird decks in Digimon, like D Reaper and Royal Knights and whatnot.
hmm.
It's like let me play some like weirdness for a little bit.
I'm also just waiting
Like I
for.
just
I'm just waiting for heavy Meldramon to get that second. Just get that second. Yuki, and we're good. All right. So overall, Digimon, I say, good on ya. Hopefully for better good 2024, 2025. Excuse me.
for sure.
All right. Let's see who else we missing. Let me go back on the list to make sure. Next is One Piece, and
Bandai's carrying Golden Child.
yeah, I think just the difference is like I don't know what takes down One Piece. The fact that people are kind of saying like we might be like the first big four in a long time,
Man,
and it's because of One Piece and either One Piece and or Flesh and Blood or uh, what was it? Union Arena,
Lorcana.
Lorcana, excuse me, is crazy because those three are basically fighting for a definitive fourth place.
Right? Like, imagine being Kidani right now and say you want to like topple Magic the Gathering and Pokemon, and it's like, buddy, you're not getting out of the pool with One Piece.
It really is just like a fighting game thing. It's like, man, I'm going to Evo. I'm gonna try and be at the top. I'm going to do it. And your first round
Man,
opponent is freaking you're playing Tekken
you're
8.
out.
First round opponent, uh Anakin. Okay, well it's fine. I can make it out losers bracket. Who's my losers bracket opponent? JDCR.
Like, I was gonna say something like you're trying to beat Daigon and like Sonic Fox sits down across from you, and it's like, fuck.
No, that's even crazy.
It's like,
It's like, man, Daigo, Sonic Fox, Punk, uh, uh, Taquito. It's like, man, I got this. So I was like, don't fight them. I'm good. All right, who am I fighting? Justin Wong.
oh no. Like, that's Vanguard right now.
It's like, okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. I can win the losers bracket. Who else am I fighting? In a strange turn of events, a Maximilian dude decided to enter the tournament. Oh
Buddy, come back next year.
no!
Actually, I'll be right back.
Okay.
gonna go grab something real quick.
All right, we are back.
Yep.
All right, so we were talking about in the middle of One Piece.
Yep.
Pretty much like I I don't know how you stop this thing.
You can't. I feel like it's like, well, we finally like capitalize on us having like the most popular manga series at the moment, and go all in.
Yeah, it's like, and even if sales might be down. It's like they can always just be like, you know what we're gonna do? Here we go. Super Manga Luffy 2 or Super Alt Art Nami.
Right.
Like One Piece has so many like female characters they can use and popular male characters, which is one of the strengths of the series is that it just has popular characters.
And just a really expansive library to choose from for just like pack filler as well.
Yeah, it's like you can just choose any arc you want, go back, real deal with it.
There'll be at least like 50 characters to choose from.
That's at bare minimum. So
Yeah.
yeah, I really don't have anything to say about One Piece. It really is just like it is.
The Juggernaut.
Yeah,
The gate. It's the gatekeeper.
yeah. It's a little bussy man. All right, so I guess we go from.
It's the bouncer. It's the bouncer for the like. It's the club bouncer. Yeah.
Yeah, so speaking of the club, all right, Gundam releases next year. What do you think is gonna happen to it?
Shoot, man. It's honestly there's a good chance it pushes every other Bandai game down the tier except for One Piece.
That's crazy because that's one, two, three, what, four games you talk about like could get pushed down. Some of them are already low on the tier already.
Yeah, like it's just gonna slide in as like second place, like right behind One Piece.
Hmm. I mean,
Like Gundam's interesting in that like it's almost a quiet popularity, I would say, outside of Japan, right?
I I guess you could say that. I mean, a lot of people do say like, why is Gundam popular? And then you just see the insane sales. I mean, for crying out loud, like I
You
guarantee
see
you
a
the
ton.
reason. I guarantee you the reason why Witch from Mercury is in theoretical set one of Gundam is in the starter stuff for Gundam is because Soletta and the Ariel were so popular on their during their show's
Right.
run.
Like it's a quiet swell.
Right, the fact that we really only get like early seed
Uh-huh.
because Japan loves seed. We got wing
Right.
because America loves wing. We were basically built on it, and of course you
Yeah.
have uh, OG Universal Century because everyone loves Universal Century. It's the main key, and then you've got Unicorn because Unicorn is pretty much the second most popular Universal Century series.
And you can ask yourself why did Gundam Evolution fail? Not enough wing and seed.
Not enough of anything, really. It's like all
True,
the
but if I
sets
can
are
think
cool, but
about
it's
it,
like dang, they're
what's
like
your seed?
hmm?
What's the seed rep again in Evolution? The freaking dome.
That was it. Oh my god.
That was the initial seed rep for the starting roster. It was the seed dome.
Oh wow. They
And we didn't get anything until the heavy arms.
which was when the game died.
Right.
It's like you could have spent it. Like, wasn't the Zeta also in the game?
Also when the game died.
The new Gundam was in season two, and it's like, dang, took y'all long enough to get. It's like they got like
And
cool suit. They had like good, unique suits time, but it's like, bro, ain't nobody care about
you
that. We want the dang strike freedom.
you need some haymakers.
Yeah, it's
And you know
like
what the second seed rep was after the dome?
what?
The Hyperion Gundam. From that one side story that never came out in the US.
It's like they. I mean, for crying out loud, they literally dropped in OG Barbados and nothing else.
Right.
Like just so funny because OG Barbados is probably the least liked suit,
And
one of the least liked suits from IBO. Like you,
right.
like You could have got the Vidar. You could have got the Gujan Rebake, Full City. You could have got the Lupus.
Like, I would have taken either the flowers or like a Baku. We need some kind of like bipedal mobile suit in that game, and we got nothing.
Yeah, it's just like dang, they had good choices, but they weren't banger choices. Like you need bangers for an IP game.
But for every good choice, there's a Marasai.
It really is just like dang.
Oh god, the Zeta Gundam rep. 3 Zeta Gundam reps. And it's the Metis, the Ashamar, and the Marasai. How do you pick the 3 jobber suits
I
for
don't.
Zeta Gundam?
Whoever chose. I guess they really were like, we're gonna sell this game off DLC, but it's like, no, you need to sell this game now.
Like, they wanted a unique roster, then they chose the least popular to cover those niches.
Yeah, it's just like, again, it's like, how on earth was the aerial not like expedited up?
Right.
Like Sony.
How do you get, like, 3, like, what, 2 flyers, and neither of them were the Zeta Gundam?
Yeah. It is there, which is why I'm like, I kind of like, dang, I kind of feel like this roster, this first lineup is safe, but I get it. It's like you need bangers off the rip.
Like, you need to start heavy.
Like you
Also,
need to have a set one Lacus Klein hollow today.
and like you can already tell, like, what was it, like set 2, they already, or like some sites that they already announced, like the new Gundam series is already getting something. So they learned their lessons from Evolution.
I don't think they fully said it's going to be in set two. I think that was for Arsenal base.
I mean, I'll take
But
it. Oh,
but it's like that could show up in
I
set
wouldn't
three.
be.
I think they've already
Yeah,
planned
I
set
wouldn't be
two. I think that'd be
surprised.
set three. But it's
Yeah,
like
set 3 is probably gonna be like Z Quacks, or what do you want to call it? However you want to pronounce it.
the G quacks.
Quack. Yeah.
So like I definitely think set three will have that then. Set two is gonna be interesting because I wonder if they're gonna do like. I feel like the thing is like I wonder if they're going to have like all the series into one color, or are they going to eventually spring out and be like, okay, yeah, these series are going to have more than one color.
I see these series having more than one color.
Yeah, because I'm just like, I like, cool. Wing is tangly green. Is every wing card going to be green? That just sounds boring.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
So
Especially in a game focused on 2-color gameplay, you better know someone's gonna put red char and blue char on the same team.
so I will say that would work, but they definitely have to, obviously hit it out the park. They can't have a set one Battle Spirit Saga and then a set two where no one cares anymore.
Right.
That's the problem. If set two is not good enough to stand on its own two, and the support dries up, it will just become Battle Spirit Saga again. Which is funny because again, like I said earlier, I feel like Battle Spirit Saga probably will. I'm probably gonna re-say this in a way that makes sense. Like, I don't think they're going to kill either Battle Spirit Saga, because I think killing it now while as you're about to drop another card game is going to send big signals, and I think they
So
would
what you're
rather
saying
wait.
is it's their Dragonborn.
Uh,
Yeah.
Gundam is the Dragonborn?
No, Battle Spirits is their
No.
Dragonborn.
In this analogy, Gundam would be the Luck and Logic. Gundam would be the Dragonborn.
Yeah.
All right, so
Honestly, those two games died so close to each other, I almost forget which one went out first.
I mean, the odd thing is that they both kind of went out at the same time anyway, because Japanese Luck and Logic tried a soft reboot and died 5 sets later, whereas
Right.
which would be around the same time when Luck and Logic died, which was 5 sets late, 5 sets in. I mean, where Dragonborn died, which is 5 sets in, so they pretty much kind of perished around the same time. In the end,
And
anyway.
then Bushward wants you to forget that happened.
Yeah, it's like they didn't release a card game at all since then. They they literally kept Weiss, they kept Chaos in Japan, and then the next card game they will release is Rebirth.
Which is just a repeat of a different game.
Yeah, it's like right. It's like I think the fact that Rebirth is still alive is probably just like, you know what, we could probably drop some more, and then we hit the
Yeah.
TCG boom, and then we drop it some more, dropping some more, dropping some more. All right, next up, I guess we'll get to this now. Ultraman. What do you think of Ultraman, bro? Because I am not. I am.
I mean, the gameplay looks unique. Unfortunately, the
Unfortunately,
marketing just hasn't been there. I guess is like the biggest problem.
I mean, you're trying to market Ultraman to a global audience,
Which actually has been going really well for them. It's
which,
just getting the card game out, I guess,
yeah, I
like
was supposed to say
distribution
that,
wise.
but also just like I feel like out of the Tokusatsu series, like I think the big thing is like in the West would be Sentai, then Kamen, then Rider, and then Ultraman.
Right.
At least right now, right? Like if this was
Yeah.
like
Although,
Sentai or Power Rangers, this would probably be a banger. If this was Kamen
oh yeah,
Rider, this would be probably something too. But this is Ultraman, which has been
it's
very
it's
hit or
funny
miss in the West.
because like Ultraman's the only series. Like if you look at Ultraman like history wise, it's the only one that has actually made a pretty good effort coming westward as like itself.
Oh yeah,
Like we've been getting Ultraman dubs since literally the 1970s.
like Ultraman has.
Like
Sorry.
the original show got an English dub. The English dub is actually canon for the original Ultraman series.
Huh?
They made like one crazy change in the final episode of the original Ultraman series that's exclusive to the dub, and that change has been like the considered like canon lore for that event across the entire rest of the franchise afterwards.
Wait. So does that mean that they changed the ending of?
Yeah, they changed like one line in the end, and it actually changes a big point, like how the Ultraman and like host dynamic worked out, and then that change carried across the rest of the franchise lore. The dub is canon.
So they really just changed like this one line in this one final episode. This one thing worked completely differently in the original.
Uh huh. And they kept the dub change. Yep.
Huh. I guess it's kind of like the irony of Zordon saying about the Morphing Masters in episode 8 of the original Mighty Morphin, and then for some reason Hasbro kept it 30 years later.
Right.
A storyline so awkward, it actually they literally had to write them out the final season.
Right. I think the change, if I remember right, the change was like in the original Ultraman, like in the Japanese version,
Oh, you're
it's
stabbing me.
heavily implied. Oh, sorry.
me a second.
All right,
Okay, think you're good now.
sweet. So like in the original series, like the main character who's like hosting Ultraman does not remember the events of the series. Like he was just body snatched entirely for like 39 episodes. Wakes up, no clue what's going on. The dub changes it so that he remembers everything that Ultraman did in his body. Which, yeah, they just like changed things from that point onward, and like
So
the
the idea
host and
was,
like
the Ultraman was just like a symbiotic, a bio, what was it called? A parasite, basically, and then just I don't remember
yeah,
something that happened. Then the dub was like,
yeah,
I remember everything,
uh-huh.
and it's just like, that actually sounds better. Keep it in.
Yeah, from that like even that like what the 2011 Ultraman manga that became that big like three that got 3 seasons on Netflix. It's literally about the original Ultraman host having a son and like remembering everything and going from that point onward, trying to still be a hero.
Oh, that's what that show's about.
Yeah, the original Ultraman host has a kid who just has Ultraman DNA in him, and like they both end up like still acting as Ultraman.
That probably explains why I was like, I don't get it. What is? I watched like a couple episodes of that first season. I'm like, I kind of don't understand what's going on here.
Yeah, it's a sequel to the original show from the 60s.
Which is funny because I think it's called Ultraman Rising, and it's like, oh, it's like probably a
Oh,
new
that's
series. It's like, oh,
oh, that one's a completely different like spin-off. But it was that other anime series they made before that.
oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
Ultraman has a lot of side stories and spin-offs and like it's a big mess
well,
that also involves bubble universes.
yes.
Fun stuff. Fun card game is I guess what I should be refocusing on.
Okay. So how does
Like
the
at
game
least
actually work?
right, so it's kind of like I guess power stacking almost. So you have like a hand of cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Each person plays down like one card down at a time for like a character, and like you either like you can like level that character up as well. So it's like, and then you flip them over, you activate effects, you compare power, and like either win or lose, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in it, you have to win 3 fights at a time. So each turn you keep going, you place on a new character or you upgrade another character. Like super fast paced. Like there's not a whole lot of like crazy combo stuff you can do. But you can also go back to previous fights and like try to re-win them. Or like have one character boost another character from a different fight.
So
Yeah.
you're time travel in a
It's not
sense.
like it's almost like rent. It's it's like you're adding another person to a fight. Until you get to like a 5v5 battle almost, where it's like best 3 out of 5 wins.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah. And like of course there's like some mind games, the level up system. You technically play any card at a time. But of course, like if you level up a character from like a 3 stack's gonna be stronger than a character that's in a 2 stack and whatnot. So you can kind of determine, do I play a stronger card now? Hopefully like try to keep one lane under control. Or to like way play something weaker than like hope I can draw into the stronger version of that character to keep the stack going.
Okay. That sounds pretty interesting. I hope the game stays around for a while.
Same. Like we need something that plays differently to like actually be on the market.
All right. Let's see. I'm trying to think of where we're gonna go here. Uh, Speaking of, I think I'm gonna save. Speaking of, you know what? Let's get it out the way now. Uh, let's go into the more quote unquote indie or kind of like singular, not a bunch of packed together things. Let us talk about Gate Ruler.
Uh,
Let's get it out the way. I ain't never seen a card game have in the niche card game fandom come up and then not only fall on his face but basically disintegrate. at
Gate
least
Ruler
at least
might be the
about
first.
at least with Bowser's Saga, we can do an autopsy. By the time Gate Ruler finally kicks the bucket, if it hasn't already, because that's also another thing to discuss, we won't even have a body to look at. It.
Dude, Gate Ruler might be the first and only TCG lol cow.
I. Oh my god. It,
You know I'm right.
it might not be the first, but it's probably the most
Prominent.
prominent. Listen, the problem
Right.
with Gate Ruler is I guarantee you, anybody who watches this video will not know what the heck that is.
Right. Alright, let me see if it's still around.
Oh my gosh, I just completely forgot.
Okay, the 24th Discord World Cup is happening in like a week. It's the Discord TCG now. And here I'm like trying to look for card reveals. Okay, they made the set 7. Wait, what?
Oh my goodness, I completely forgot.
There's no way. They're actually releasing that, dude.
Releasing what?
Remember, like, there was a lot of controversy during, like, when they were getting sued by Kidani for that one card that looked like Captain Enser from Buddy Fight?
Uh,
They're
kinda.
they're releasing they're finally releasing the dude in set 7 with a different with a pretty altered design.
Oh man.
Right?
Oh no, I just completely forgot. Remembered another card game.
Oh man, which one?
Alice No Game.
Who?
That was a kind of like a campfire sponsored game that
Mm.
I talked about like 2 years ago,
I think I remember.
and now I actually convinced. Damn, that game was a scam.
You know, I gotta say,
Because
for all
here,
the faults Gate Ruler has,
no, but
it
here's
has some pretty cool art.
it does. Now here's the thing about Alice No Game, right? This is a game that was supposed to be kind of like this Alice in Wonderland type of game and whatnot. Then all of a sudden, you okay?
Yep.
Oh yeah, that artwork is crazy. Like it was this game that was a campfire sponsored game, and it happened, and then all of a sudden, its website went down,
Oh.
and they released a statement saying, "Hey, as of right now, we still have yet to get into the actual website."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of looking at more details here. It made it had a sponsor of 4.7 billion yen. I'm kind of looking more
Oh wow.
details.
Okay, this is starting to sound like a crypto scam.
No, this was back in 2021. So yeah, I'm looking at the details. Someone has been kind of following it. Last time someone talked about this was in September 7th, 2023. Someone talked about this. So yeah, I think it's safe to say they this game got cooked. This game got cooked. They probably stole people's money. Wait, what is this? Hold on. Alright, so I'm kind of just. I know it's like kind of like an impromptu thing, but I'm just like, dang. Yeah, no. September 2022, 2023, they said, hey, our site's currently down. There has not been a single thing since then. Yeah, I'd probably say to kind of call that game a scam.
Yeah. So three things. One, gay rollers giving into the Gooner.
Your mic.
Two, oh my god.
Ooh.
I'm gonna need to do something about this mic stuff soon. But yeah, that's one. Ikada's finally giving in.
Alright.
Two, apparently the next three sets of Gay Roller, like sets 8, 9, and 10, are in development and they have an actual release pipeline for them.
Uh-huh.
So the game's not dead. And three, apparently the rights are being transferred to the publisher of the Chinese edition, and Ikeda will just stay as the game designer. So
What? Hello?
I'm dying. China has saved Gay Roller. Gay Roller is going forever.
I didn't hear anything you said until I'm dying.
Gay Roller has continued its existence and will not die yet. China is saving the game.
And apparently they did not want you to know that, so they're trying to silence you.
I'm like, it's just no switch. China has saved the game.
Bro, your mic is cooked. It is in the gulag. I don't know what the...
What the hell, man? Aw, this sucks.
Okay, you sound better. I don't know what happened.
Alright. I just spun the mic around like a few times.
Okay. I was expecting till episode 4 for the mic issues to happen.
But yeah, the Gate Ruler Empire, I guess, lives on somehow. And I don't get it. Why won't you die? I want to do a retrospective, but the game keeps finding new ways to live.
Out of pure spite.
For me specifically. And I guess the entire TCG community of Japan. How do you manage to piss off an entire island nation and still live because they're direct cultural archenemy?
I don't know.
You politics game.
Just...
Well, I'm looking at the Twitter page and still my fake person like the person that's in that topping list. That's pretty nice. Like, sour cream hasn't been too bad.
You were doing so well there that you got sent to the water.
Oh my god!
You might have to like plug in your mic or something. I don't know.
Yeah, let me take this XLR cable out. Any better?
Yeah, that's better.
All right, I have an idea actually. What if I just unplug it from my interface?
It was working.
Wait, I have sound right now. Hello?
Yes. Yes, you good.
That sound the same? Any bit different?
You sound back normal.
Cool. Like, let me just unplug from the XLR interface and just direct the PC. Seems to be working.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So
Point being, I think if I say any more news about Gate Ruler not dying, my mic's gonna start freaking out again.
it's like you talked about this.
You know, I should just be happy and positive. Maybe you know what? Gate Ruler should just is teaching us all the lesson in perseverance and to never give up. The Rock Lee of card games.
No. See, here's the difference. People still like
The
Rock
Moomin
Lee.
Rider of card games.
People still remember Room Rider for positive things.
Fine. I'm just saying. It's cool to see a game that refuses to give in.
It's just so crazy. It was just like everything just like this game
Collab.
felt so well, and it's like you just think it's like how are you how it really is the it is I am pure hatred.
Right.
Like I
Like, it
wake up with
helps the
fresh
game does have
hatred.
legitimately banger art. Like, maybe that's it, right? Like, no matter, like, what happens to the game itself, you're like, man, I kind of want to own this card.
Yeah. It it's just crazy.
We have 3 sets next year. Cool. And then probably even more, because apparently the game is just popping off in China.
Ah. Well, there's his audience. China. It
Yep.
it wasn't America. It wasn't Japan. It was China.
Man, it could have been Japan. Could have been.
What could have been? All right, you know what? We're gonna get off of Gate Rule before it sends you to the gulag. Uh, let's go to a different gulag. Star Wars. Star Wars Unlimited, released this year. I have no desire to play this game because, from what I understand, it's from the same company that did the Star Wars miniature series, like collectible game. Who also did the previous Star Wars miniature collectible series.
Man, I remember Star Wars Destiny.
So this has been like their third attempt at a Star Wars collectible game.
Yep.
Like it's basically like like an alternate take on Bakugan again. Bro, I forgot Bakugan existed. I was gonna put I thought about this. I thought about it in my original rant, took it and still forgot to put it on here. But we'll talk about that in a second. Let me put that on here now. and we'll just go straight into it later. But like Star Wars Limited, I just have no desire to play it. Like I'm just like hearing that it's like the
Yeah.
third time. I'm like, I don't want to do it. Like I saw, uh, the Ahsoka General Grievous 2-player starter set at my locals. That was the one time I was like, maybe, because I like Ahsoka, I like Grievous, and even then I was still like, nah. It's like two characters I legitimately care about in Star Wars right now, considering how weird that is. And it's like, I just can't, no.
No.
I just don't want to give this company my money, because if they fumble in another year, it's like, well, I just wasted $30 maybe. I don't know how much that costs.
Right.
Now, that's not to say the game is bad right now or anything, but it's like, just no, not right now.
I
I
still
want to be.
I still have a dice bag from Destiny. I'm bitter.
I want to see, wait and see, if that's the best way to put it.
Right.
So that's it. Speaking of wait and see, I'm waiting to see if Bakugan's even still alive. That's like the
Man, they
one game
can't.
I'm like. Hold on, let me see. Like, some what the heck? Not that. Cause I'm like, I have heard nobody talk about this game
I feel
in
like Bakugan
ages.
had one chance, right? You know what that one chance was?
The first one.
No, hoping that like Hasbro was gonna fumble the bag again with Beyblade. Again. And somehow Hasbro's like, you know what? We're actually gonna be 1-to-1 with Japan this time, and we're gonna release original stuff at the same quality as what Japan's getting and at great prices. And that was it for Bakugan. Hasbro didn't screw something up finally. Like it's over.
Hmm. Let me see
Beyblade
here.
stays winning.
Okay. The Bakugan Twitter has not updated since 2021. That's not a good sign. Okay, so God, I forgot the new Drago looks so.
Yeah. Very buddy fight coded.
Wait, hold on. Let me do a check something. Is that who I think that is? Oh, man, man they just uh I saw the Earth Brawler and I was like, oh shoot, is that Julie? It's like, no, it's a it's Julie's cousin Juno. It's like, you couldn't just bring some of those old characters back. Like,
Right.
man, I gotta say, I'm looking back on everybody's kind of talking about this. It's like, man, someone kind of says like, man, this tweet I saw is like Bakugan had it so good in the first season that then they introduced less female characters and stopped altogether for the final part of the last season. What happened? Paper was the last one and she kind of sucked. And it's like
Yeah, that
I just
was
think about it, it's like,
weird.
man, the Gen 1 Bakugan up until the end really was just like Dan, Shun, and Marucho past season 2. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
dog, You have so many cool characters. Why is Julie not playing anymore? I understand why Alice is probably kind of 50-50 because, trauma. But Runo quits? Runo?
There was a cooties epidemic in the Bakugan universe around after season 2. just anti Bakugan cooties. Don't worry about it. Off screen stuff.
But it's just like, man. Then it's just like other characters too. It's just like they really just kind of just didn't use their roster of characters they created. And it sucks. And then they just effectively reboot the series, only keep Dan and Drago, and then replace everyone. And it's just like, it just don't feel the same. And then we have the game, which is the most like nothing burger game yet. I'm like, dang. Like, I don't think anyone talks about Bakugan either. Except Jet Kuso. But Jet Kuso been on Digimon.
Jet Kuso's like, if I don't keep talking about Bakugan, I have to change my channel name. That's bad for the SEO.
Yeah, let me see. Let's see. What's the last thing he did for? Bakugan. I made a flying Beyblade. The indestructible toy. Bionicle could be back. I printed everything you asked for. He got a 3D printer. And his most recent video, which he dropped 8 hours ago, probably, is lightsabers old versus new. I'll put that in the watch later. But yeah, he has not touched Bakugan since 5 months ago.
Oh, wow.
Which is Bakugan size doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like the Bakugan channel doesn't even talk about Bakugan anymore.
Remember when Bakugan tried to be an actual competitive TCG for all of like one set? Good times.
It is just like, dang. Just Bakugan really just kind of fell off the cliff. So
right.
hard. I found the Bakugan channel where they put videos, but like they don't get no views.
I wonder how the Beyblade channel's doing.
Like I think we got like a 8.5, 5.9, 8.3, and this is a channel that has 600K subscribers. Wait a second, what do you mean? Unboxing 36 Bakugan Armored Elite booster packs.
On the official channel?
Yes.
Oh no.
It has 5.9 views.
1,000. I mean, the Beyblade channel is at least like 30,000 views, 40,000. So like not a lot, but like it's also on TV.
Yeah, it's just like what? Let's see, Armored Elite. Wait. 4th generation. Wait, what?
4th generation.
Wait, no. What? Wait, unboxing Armored Elite booster packs. Armored Elite? This video's from a month ago. Armored Elite was from Gen 2, the 4th set, and it dropped in 2020.
They're cooling out old stock, I guess. They just went to the warehouse and grabbed some stuff.
This is insane. They've really this series is on life support. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh, Bakugan. Bakugan's dead. That's just there's no other way to say it. It's dead.
Man, it should have joined the ranks of every other Canadian Japanese co-production of its time, like years ago. Let's be honest. It needs to return back to the grave.
I mean, like people talk about Vanguard rebooting. Like Bakugan's rebooted the same level of times as Vanguard in ironically the
Right?
same amount of time period.
That's depressing.
And people know Vanguard. Like people still know Vanguard exists.
Right?
Just crazy. Like yeah, no, this game is cooked. It's over, Bakugan. I think it's just really just like the game ain't good. The idea they had just doesn't work. It's like I love Bakugan. I collect Bakugan there. I I don't even have a Drago from this generation. That's how much I don't care. There's everything. There's a diamond. There's literally a diamond titanium Dragonoid sitting at my HEB for months, and I could pick it up any moment. I don't want to. No one wants
I
them.
mean, I'm seeing some Beyblade, like the new Beyblade X stuff at my HEB. Just no stadium. So I'm just like, yeah.
I mean, I don't think HEB is gonna have like the stadium like Walmart and Target have the stadiums. They got
I mean,
HEB,
I know.
but it's
But
like
I'm just, I would just like love after work one day to just go into a store, buy a stadium, and buy some Beyblades and like walk out. That'd be pretty nice.
all
Like
right.
just one. Like suck one stadium for me alone.
All right. So next we've got on the list WeCross. Let's go to WeCross. This game's been pretty like silent in like the greater landscape. Like it released this year with Diva, and it's just kind of been silent. It's been dropping stuff. I know that.
Yeah. Like stuff's been heard. I mean I have not heard a pipe about WeCross, honestly.
All right, let me see TCG players here. Um, I mean, there are cards that drop. I'm just like, man. Excuse me. There's also the Nijisaji collab. Uh, um, Blue Archive Diva. When did this drop? This dropped last month.
Huh?
Yeah, this blue archive diva set dropped, and it dropped like last month during like the 19th.
I feel like WeCross has this issue, right?
Like
That the same like a bunch of other mobile games have. Where like you're kinda known as like the fan service thing for like a while. And then like a whole bunch of new competition comes in. Like WeCross has been stuck boxing Z-Crocs Ignition for like years now.
I mean, it's just
like they are locked in a room together, and WeCross has been unable to leave.
I mean, it's kind of saying something when the bunnies for Asuna and Karin are like $3 for the
Wow.
parallels. for the blue
Yeah,
archive set.
that's crazy.
Like, everybody opened this set like crazy, which doesn't make sense because like there's only like three sellers, even three five
Right.
sellers even selling all this, or like nobody wants this, and they're just like, please just get it out of our hands, bro.
Right.
Um,
Like I can see that happening.
hmm. I mean, I don't know. I mean, boosters are like 60, so they're dropping stuff. I just don't know if it's. I guess to be fair, I don't know if like it's got like a collector's market like that. So, Yuka Hayase is like 13, and it seems like just be the base rarity on that. So I don't know. So again, it's very just quiet. It has its own
Yeah.
like group, but it's like very much. It's very quiet. So you know, I'm not gonna say it's dead. I'm not gonna say it's the same thing. I'm just saying like it's got its place in the world. It very much knows that hey, we're not gonna be boxing with the big ones anytime soon. So we're just gonna stay low to the ground and chill, which is fine, right? That's perfectly fine, right? You don't have to be
Yeah, that's a
some.
good spot to be in for a game.
Yeah. All right. So speaking of boxing with the gods, we're gonna go into the trio of Grand Archive, into Elestrals, into Flesh and Blood, and to Lorcana.
I still don't know who Grand Archive is.
So going with Grand Archive. Grand Archive, I see a lot of. I see it now and again. I see a lot of friends that play it, but also I'm just like, I don't know. Cause Grand Archive is so weird. Cause I when I covered that game originally, that was the thing. Then they were about to get into like AI, or not AI, but more like crypto and I would say NTR, NFTs,
No, no.
NFTs, and then it's like, oh no no no, you know what? We're gonna cut that out. And then the game came out, and it's like, okay, it actually gained popularity. And this
Yeah,
is where my knowledge of the game just falls off, and I feel bad
that sounds
because,
about right.
but like I see it, and I do see like positive people talk about it. There's, you know, I think I saw that there was a Grand Archive. Hold on. A Grand Archive. Uh, Let me see. Was that what set was that? What set was that? Um. Oh yeah, no, wait, that's right. Red Zone talked about. Red Zone did talk about Blue Archive Recross like 8 days ago. I should have. I didn't even think that was that.
Like I swear, all these Kickstarter like card games kind of feel like Discord fighting games to me.
But yeah.
Where like you're gonna hear about them once, and it's like, man, the game's like doing really good, and it's like we've gone from 5 people playing to 10 people playing in our server, and it's like, nice.
Say that, but definitely. I do. I do kind of. I think one of the things is like Grand Archive also kind of like a pricey problem too, where it's like
Huh.
a lot of that just kind of fell off. So a lot of people kind of upset. It was like, why is it so pricey, bro?
Dang. Like card prices are like one of those like impossible to solve problems, I want to say. Unless you're like Pokemon and have like such a critical mass of like cards in circulation at any given point, the price of everything is cheap.
Yeah, it's kind of like,
But not every game could be Pokemon.
I mean, for crying out loud, what you call it, Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh have about the closest amount of players to pack up there, along with like, think, along with One Piece, I guess you could say, and it's like even they still don't have like, oh, your staple card costs $5.
Right. I think the other like thing, I guess, the Pokemon's advantage in that regard is that like po- the Pokemon trading card game makes up so little of like the overall Pokemon like money like income that they could just print everything into the ground, make everything super cheap, give you like top tier stuff like for like 20
Which is
bucks and be like,
funny, which is crazy to say, because it literally has been running Japan.
right.
Like,
And it's still just like a blip on the radar at the beat for like the Game Freak bean counters.
yeah, it's like,
Like it does not matter. And yet it's still at the top.
I mean, it's just like literally just has all that money. It's like, dang, nothing else to
Like
say.
we can afford to just give this stuff away. Like what was it? TCG Live has no actual way to spend money in game.
Oh yeah, that's right. There is no way to spend it in game. You literally
Yeah.
cannot spend money in TCG
And
Live.
then and the battle pass is you get the premium battle pass like day one of playing the game and in perpetuity. And they just give you like 2 decks for free. Top tier ones.
Yeah, and then also just the freaking, oh, we'll do the Battle League deck like pro super decks. So it's like, oh yeah, we'll pretty much give you a top tier deck from the season, effectively for $30.
Yeah.
Like the one that just recently dropped with the chart with the uh Terra Charizard, the Pidgeot, and the Prime Catcher. You know, a card that was $30. They just said, hey, here you go.
Nice hubbing deck you got there. Sure would be great if we reprinted it. And it's like, yeah, cool. Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
It's like you can compete with that if you're any other card game.
I mean, we're not Pokemon yet, but like, you know, we're still at Grand Archive. But
Yeah, but I
very
mean,
much
I
is
guess
like,
it's like an overall thing for like all these other card games. So it's like once you get the issue of pricing, it's like you can't no one can hit that critical mass.
yeah,
Like look at Buddy Fight, right? Like one of Buddy Fight's biggest problems the singles prices, and it's like there's not enough people opening product.
I mean, yeah, that and the way boxes were built, it's like, oh yeah, you get one,
Pack that has the stuff you actually want.
yeah, stuff you actually want, and it's like insanely hard to get, and basically if you don't get it by the release, like you're basically out of luck unless you got friends that hook you up.
Right.
Because I forgot what the ratio was. I think it was like 7-1. It was like
Mm.
7 white sets to 2 Vanguard sets to 1 Buddy Fight set.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And even then, Weiss, even like 7 times. But if I think a Buddy Fight case for Weiss, even that still fades away after a while because it's like, dang, there's so
Mm.
much product. It's like, dang, but it's like there's no reprint. There's no constantly like looping reprint. Like you can't go to Walmart and buy a White Shorts pack like you can do for Pokemon or
Right.
Target.
Like it would be kind of great if there were those like silly mystery like cubes or whatever for like Vanguard or something. Like that would be
But that's also
great.
another thing. I need, Bushy Road. I need you to get back into the big box stores.
I don't care if it requires those scam products. Give it to them.
like you gotta find a way to get back in those stores, dog, because this is
This
insane.
game ridiculous.
Because I understand, yes, you want the shops to kind of have that, but that works in Japan where the shops run things. In America,
Right.
nobody runs nothing. You need to accept, you know, sight. If no one knows your
They
game
they
exists, they're not playing your game.
they need to drop that whole boutique card game mindset.
Especially globally. That needs to go. Right? Like you want to be number one TCG game in town, that's gotta go. The number one TCG
Right.
company cannot do it without Walmart and Target
Like you are not the high end card game you think you
and
are.
Best Buy and heck Hobby Lobby. Shoot,
It's like, buddy, you're drowning in pools. Stop trying to act like a hotshot.
like you were drowning in pools because you think you spent all that time playing ranked, but you still in at gold. It's like, listen, you still gold, bro, and you've been practicing for 10 years. At a certain point, you
Bro,
just gotta admit you need help. You need a coach. You need support.
stop stop practicing your Korean backdashes and learn the fundamentals again.
Yeah, it's like that's all the things I do. It's like, listen, one of the things I do is I learn the buttons. I learn what to do. Like I learn my fundamentals. That's the first thing I do. I for a character I like, I learn what buttons I like to press on them. You
Yeah.
have not learned what buttons you like to press on them in terms of the global scale. You gotta fix that.
You forgot your buttons.
It's like Vanguard was in this cool thing, then so you did that, and then all of a sudden global still kept away, and it's like that's not gonna help. That's not gonna work. You need to cut that out in the global scale.
Yep.
Like I'm sorry, you're really gonna sell Hololive in just normal card shops? Like there's no way. There's no way. You want to get a whole thing like Hololive. One of the biggest, like, effectively a gigantic idol thing that even normies know about, and you want to not put them in Target. Like you have to look, you gotta look me in the face and tell me, no, we're not gonna put Vanguard in Target. We're not gonna put Weiss in Target, but we're not gonna put Hololive in Target. We're not gonna put Godzilla in Target.
Silliness.
It's like,
Top down.
what are you doing? You clown shoes motherfuckers. I can't believe it's a miracle any of these games survived COVID.
Right?
Like Vanguard should have died during COVID. The fact that it's still alive to this day, we're almost at our 14th year, is nothing short of God's grace.
Man, how did Buddy Fight die first?
And now I'm just kind of like, I'm literally convinced you actively just didn't want Buddy Fight to live. Like I'm just like, there's just no way. I understand. Yeah, there's a lot of issues, but you really just, there's just no way Buddy Fight was just in that state that long and you didn't make changes. And you still keep making those same stupid changes. We went back to Bushy Road because we're looking at a. We were at Grand Archive. We made it to Grand Archive. We didn't even make it to the big three yet. We didn't make it to Flesh and Blood. We didn't make it to Lorcana. We didn't make it to Lestrals. We made it to gosh dang Grand Archive after Bakugan and Star Wars Unlimited. And we found our way back to Bushy Road because there's still more stuff we gotta talk about.
Here's the problem is that Butcher kind of has committed every single problem in the book. You look at any other card game's problems, you're like, shoot, look at what Bushiroad did over here.
Like I remember, I forgot what it was that John said, but he pretty much put it there. It's like Vanguard has basically lived out the power of friendship. Quite literally.
Meanwhile, the game based on the power of friendship was like the biggest sacrifice.
Yeah, the literal buddy, the literal game was sacrificed in the middle of COVID, even though it was okay for the time. Yet for some reason, for some unknown Messiah forsaken reason, you just let Buddy Fight fester. And it's even worse. This is how I know you actually just hate this game. And you know when you had that gigantic card fest last year, you capped Buddy Fight. You capped it. And you said it's not going to come back when you just dropped a set for the 10th anniversary? Are you smoking, Donnie? Are you smoking cock? Like, that's the only way you explain to me how you drop new cards for a set that's for a game that you had, that you actually sold out. You got actually max representative in all those games. Actually, not in all those games. You got it in Buddy Fight. You got it in Vanguard. Meanwhile, Vanguard can't get a starter part to save its life. And you released brand new cards for gosh dang Buddy Fight and said, yeah, but there's not going to be a major tournament for it at our next Card Game Fest. Sorry. Like, you hate that game.
Buddy Fight is still going. Is the craziest part of this. They did a reboot.
They did a reboot in a whole other damn country. They got away from you and they're doing fine. Like, this is, like, if I say this, and I mean this with no disrespect, because you have done a lot of work, but it might be time for you to go.
You gotta go.
Like, it might be time to finally start looking for a replacement, dog, because I can't take this anymore.
Buddy Fight Thailand is going to be the permanent emblem of Bushiroad's mismanagement for as long as it exists, alright? It is case
I will say this.
zero.
If Buddy Fight Thailand lasts longer than English Buddy Fight, than Buddy Fight did in general, that's it. That's it.
That's it.
Like, that's the dagger 3 at the end of the game that seals up the championship. Like,
and you know what the craziest part is? For their reboot, they immediately open with banning every single problem card that ruined the old format.
Yup. They got rid of it. They modernized some mechanics, and it said, "Yeah, we're keeping on this."
What does that say about Bushiroad?
It's like you had 3 games. You had 3 games when Buddy Fight died. Why is Vanguard Buddy Fight? Vanguard literally created a Tier 0 format. You instantly shot the card that made it a Tier 0 format. Then you borderline broke shop relationships so badly, we're still paying for it 4 years later. The game is still paying for the sins of your R&D team 4 years later.
And you still took Buddy Fight out back and shot it instead.
Like, why saved your ass during COVID?
Yep.
And now you want to come here, look me in my face, and tell me you want to be the #1 TCG company. How? You don't do it by releasing a bunch of TCGs. You do it by having the best damn TCGs on the market.
Bring it back. Just
no. Fuck that. Buddy Fight can be fine in Thailand. I don't want them to touch it no more.
You know what? No.
Because the simple point is that right now you
Island bring Buddy Fight to English. Forget Bushiroad. Yep.
Obviously, legal things there, but I mean this right now. Every time Vanguard has momentum, you blow it. Overdress, $5 start decks, great idea. You end up creating a hot mess of a anime, a hot mess of a card game, a hot mess of a of formats of tournaments. We go in Divines.
Yeah.
Divine set 1, fantastic. Divine set 2, a little bit scary because of how Black Mirror works, but still fine. Divine season 2, basically everyone started falling asleep.
Yeah.
And that's not even talking about how you had V at its point, but then you cut down. You had V at points, and then all of a sudden, the budget for V was missing. The budget for V's anime was missing.
And
And
they
it
dropped
kept
Blue Art on
dropping and
everyone.
dropping and dropping until we get to F and the budget's gone. Meanwhile, here we are. Ever since the end of Shittamon, it's power creep set into power creep set into the one power creep set there into a power creep set that was so power creepable. People literally didn't even think that other 3 clans in that set were good. Despite one of them literally saying, when you ride me, you get Force 1 and 2 for free. I also absorb the abilities of 2 cards on the board. That deck wasn't busted? You literally made a control. You might have made one of the best Mega Colony control decks imaginable, and people still didn't give a damn.
You know what really gets me, actually? About, like I just said, me with all this talk about V. V had one really good thing going for it, right?
And what was that?
Budget bosses in the sets.
Oh, yeah.
Almost every set had at least one low rarity option to make some playable deck out. Meanwhile, these like triple R or bust, unless it's one random offshoot Magallanica boss. And only them.
You know what's also even funnier? Koro has that.
And it ain't coming over here. Yeah. Remember when people were talking about weasels for at least a week? Like, where's the affordable options? Why is everything a triple R? Like, come on.
I mean, obviously the affordable options are, of course, the decks that aren't super hyped, right? Graham Grace and Fabernil
Right.
set 6 aren't gonna be are
Sure.
gonna push like $2 at max. But that
I guess.
but that's not the
Where
point
the
you're
hell's
trying to make.
where the hell's V Blau? Like, where's a V Blau?
But and obviously set 2. Again, Virgilia in set 2 was released at a common Dragon Empire base deck, but it had no cards to support it. It had no real generics that worked because all the generics were triple rares. The problem has always been something goes wrong. And the fact that, and again, people talk about, oh, well, this happened with Lord thing. No, the problem happened way before that. Even like the reason why people still say G Series is peak is because it had a lot of things. It had budget options for players who liked older archetypes, right? We had Liberators. Liberators got a lot of cool stuff. Machinies got a lot of cool stuff. Got generic stuff. Now, granted, could that also be because some of that stuff was just gonna be thrown away to the side because no one really cares about that. Yeah, sure, that's
You
understandable.
had that one random Nova Grappler deck that just did not stride at all. That just clapped people.
But again, I also in the same time of G during like prime like set 5 Gear Chronicle, like right before people finally figured out that works, right? I built a deck out of $30 in Kagero.
Dude,
I got
I built.
I got 4 places of the OG Dragon Gold Lord. I got one of those that common boss from set 3. I got some strides. I got the Fighters Collection Seal Dragon Stride because the ruling was probably which put out was like, yeah, if you have 2 more in face up, you get a crit.
Yeah, dude,
Like
I
it
remember
was
that time too
independent of
playing Gear
that.
Chronicle.
So I literally could just play Gears and just be like, I could literally fight, and it's like that's what happened. I played basically like uh a
Time Lord
Kagero.
Turbo.
I pretty much played a Kagero deck that was completely just effectively just because like what that set 3 Kagero stuff had was a bunch of like uh guard guard control, like guard control, but you know, like guard restricts. Whereas
Yeah.
like if your opponent has like one less cards, you know, or like they have to pop like a card, and if they don't, you get a guard restrict. So I basically just guard restricted my opponents with $30.
Dude, I saw someone clear out my locals repeatedly with the $20 Crystal Devil deck. Bro cleaned that place.
Like that's what Vanguard has been missing is that
Entry point.
I mean entry point, yeah, but also just something in the low
Budget.
something low rarity there, but it's like the problem is just like man, so yeah, something
Low
budget,
rarity
something
easy to
low
open, raises
rarity
the like
budget,
actual value of packs.
low rarity budget, but all these like but outside of, like the main like linchpin cards of the deck of like the anime decks, which is fine, that's perfectly fine to have. You
Yeah.
have these staples, these cycle cards
That are all triple
that are
rare.
all triple rares, in which you get 4 or 5 of a case, not a box, a case for a playset, and now you gotta share that with other people. But you know, we do not have a Yu-Gi-Oh size player pool. We do not have a Pokemon size player pool. Hell, we don't even have a Flesh and Blood size player pool probably.
Yeah, bro, just always find like 5 other people to purchase every single product.
It's just like
What?
it's so frustrating because
Like,
obviously
how is the optimal way to play your game to always have a group of like 5 to 6 people to all split prices on one product? This cannot be optimal.
I mean,
It can't.
no. And someone kind of pointed out in a TIE Fighters video, sets are getting more and more closer to release. We had we had 5 main sets this year for Vanguard in basically 8 months. Obviously not including other things, was like 5 sets in 8 months. Like to buy cases for set 1,
Every
buy a
time.
case of set 1. You know, potentially if you didn't buy into Lyrical, but on a Lyrical deck, congratulations, you are now screwed for set 2. Like it's even funny because it's like, man, it's not even like the triple wares that are like purely just thing. It's like literally if there's just one skill that actually could be used in a different deck, like what you would call it, that like the grade 1 from set 2 or friend set for in set 2 in lyrical, which was made specifically to help Chris Rain, but because it has a skill that says, yeah, you can bounce the card, you get like a whole bar, you can bounce the card back. People are gonna put that in their decks now. The card's whole main thing is meant to help Chris Rain be a lot more aggressive, but because of that, it made everything more aggressive, and it's just like it became a hot mess. Again, I made this comparison a while ago to somebody. The fact that Flagberg got probably one of its best support cards, and it became a $20 to $30 card because a white woman put it in their cat deck.
Of course. But yeah,
like, that's where the whole thing started, and it hasn't really cycled back. That's why I'm like,
don't get me started on like the buyouts.
like the biggest. I mean, the fact that the festival collections this year is an abomination. Why on earth are these cards in three card boosters in a set no one really pre-ordered? Which I'll talk about pre-orders in just a second, but like in a set no one really pre-ordered, and now suddenly everybody needs 4 of them for every format. I wanted to probably build Ootman's Deleter Messiah build. They have 3 Ford of Revoltas. I think that's what the card is. The Brant Gateketter Dual Nation. I looked that up. That card is $40 base.
You know, I have a crazy idea. Put the cycle cards as box toppers.
No, the problem is that they don't reprint. The biggest problem with Bushiroad, especially now in this new age, is that they do not reprint. And when they do reprint, they reprint it in the most asinine way possible. Like, Set 6 reprinted the grade 3s that were like Stride Fighters. Like, that's cool. But I saw Different Fight open a case. He opened, I think, probably one of each.
Wow.
I have to like double check what his ratios were. But the fact that he opened a case and got a reprint in which one of each those things was in there is actually painful. It's like not only that you don't change rarities, you want to keep them the same rarity, which doesn't make anything better. Because like, oh, that could have been a triple rare slot that could have been for another card.
Right.
Like, again, like I said before, the fact that Flagberg's best card is still $20. It's been 3 years.
Like, you know, we can say a lot about Megatins and whatever, and like deleting value, but we need something.
No, the point.
Anything that be Vanguard reprints.
The thing of the Megatins, again, like I said, the trade off of the Megatins in Yu-Gi-Oh is so that eventually Konami can ban is one way to ban cards.
Right, it's foreshadowing
to ban cards, but it's like also like for that brief period of time in between the ban and the reprint, you can still play these cards. You can still play Borlo Savage. You can still play Bear on the Floor. You can still play Appaloosa. But just know you're on borrowed time. Because those cards are so powerful. One of the things that makes them reprinting the Bellstar and the Snake Eyes engine into the dirt is fine because they've pretty much... That deck is out the meta now. Like, they've seen the forecast. The deck is out the meta enough where they can just reprint it, and it's like, okay, that's fine. Now people can actually play it at a more balanced state. But that new stuff, though. You want Rizio? You want Malice? You gotta pay up dollar. Otherwise, you can play last format's meta deck for cheap. But you still ain't gonna win though.
Yeah.
But you ain't gonna be as strong as them though. You're gonna be good, but you're gonna be strong as them. You see? That old stuff is cool, but this shit here, nigga, this shit right here, nigga, that shit called death. It's like that crack right there you got right there. That's some good crack. But this is the new stuff. You want the new stuff. You want to compete. You want to do this. You want to do this. You gotta get the crack now. It's like you waited. Congratulations. But if you want to compete, you gotta get the crack now.
Gotta do it now.
You can't wait a year, because we might just hit these cards anyway. You gotta get the crack now. Crack now. Right now. Today.
This moment.
And it's like, I hate that, because it's like, that crack is expensive. Like, I looked at Rezio, I'm like, it's like the fact that crossover breakers are just so, because they change rarities, they change ratios by design in the TCG for Yu-Gi-Oh! Which, again, I know this kind of is like us going back to Vanguard, which is supposed to be a Grand Archive session, but this is just another.
No one gives a shit about Grand Archive.
I think this is the best way to put it. Like, I'm sorry, Grand Archive, we don't care. We just got riled up. This is gonna be a 4-hour YouTube video.
We're already at the 4-hour mark.
And we haven't hit the big three. Like, it's just, I think it's just like, we were cool with things, but like, after more and more time, it's like, damn, Bushiroad sucks. It's right. that creeping realization of, damn, y'all ass.
We can't talk about other games without going, man, Bushiroad really sucks.
And it's just like, I love Vanguard. I love Weiss when I actually want to play it. I loved the good start of Ace for
man, I freaking love the end of Buddy Fight.
For Buddy Fight. I liked Luck and Logic. I wish Dragonborn actually had a real shot instead of being put out to die.
But damn, Bushiroad sucks.
It's like every time. Now I finally get why Kodak hates you. I get why he hates you.
Man, it was so weird watching that Kodak video on the Ultraman card game.
Like, that old Vanguard video was basically a crash out years. I'm trying to think about it.
We were simply not aware of your game, Kodak. Sorry.
Like, I'm not gonna give you that much, but it's like, no, like, the crash out was too soon. If you had made it to now, you'd have justifiable hatred.
Bro could be going on a press tour right now saying I was right the entire time.
Like, the fact that I can't even find the video itself because, you know, it's been so long and he probably did that. But to kind of I want to go over those points again, because I'm like, I wish I knew what those points were, because they would have been so good to have, to see how to go back almost a decade later and be like, all right, what were you right about back then? How's things changed, etc., etc. That could have been such a really, really good video to see.
Right.
But that'd be like, I'm not even talking about content or anything. I'm just talking about like just as a retrospective.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes me sad that I can't really see that video, but it's like, damn, maybe we was spitting. It was just too soon.
Yeah.
Like he predicted all of. He might have predicted a good chunk of this. We just didn't know.
Oh man.
It really is crazy. So, uh, wait, how did different fight no gate ruler bot China bot gate ruler?
Huh?
Yeah, I just got a ping from him saying like, oh yeah, no, gate China bot gate ruler.
Oh my god, he's watching us.
No, I just
Wonderful.
posted it in his Discord. Also, Go Rush officially announced for Disney XD on January 11th.
Nice.
Yep. So,
I have some statements to make about that actually, but we're gonna save it for the
do you get part?
Yu-Gi-Oh section.
All
Yep.
right. So, I think we've had enough of our. I think I've finally expedited that frustration in my mind
This
for a
should,
minute.
this should really is our like 10 minutes hate during at least every single podcast episode.
Like, even in a podcast that wasn't about them, they still somehow got something. All right.
Man, we're gonna talk about the Toku. We're gonna like finally do the Toku episode. And at some point, we're gonna make like Nova Ground's gonna come up, and we're gonna be like a 10-minute rant about Bush Road before going back to Kamen Rider.
All right. So, let us go to. You know what? Let's take a detour to another thing that I really love that also pisses me off sometimes. Project K. Now, obviously, this is something out of nowhere. Project K is the now announced League of Legends card game. Not Legends of Runeterra, not to be confused with that game, which is a digital game, digital only. We didn't talk about digital Shadowverse.
Huh?
Alright, so I'm gonna come back to digital Shadowverse because that is something that we need to talk about too. But we're gonna go back to League of Legends. So Project K, a physical card game for League of Legends, is gonna drop next year. China first, by the way.
I have a question, right?
What?
What did Valve announce secretly that is baiting Riot into another project?
Why do you say that?
Have you heard the story about 2XKO?
What about it?
Like what about like why they decided to make it?
I mean, they want to make a fighting game.
Well, also they heard rumors that Valve was working on a Dota fighting game that turned out to be a like joke mode, like joke one-off mode in Dota 2. But Riot didn't get the memo, so they put all their resources towards the fighting game,
Uh,
thinking they could one up again.
I haven't heard that story, but
It was a leak. Like
well,
they actually got baited into making a fighting game.
I mean, to be fair, they at least are taking their time with it. They're not just bum rushing
I,
it out.
I I mean, sure, but it's like, hey, these guys who like take everything from. I heard that they're making a fighting game.
I mean,
Huh?
there's literally a video I could point to about how Riot, a theory of like Riot stole Timo from Dota.
Right, but it's like, how did you get baited into making a fighting game?
Me when I'm Arc System works. How did you get Granblue? All right, but let's talk about Project K. So, Project K is a League of Legends fighting game. They showed us like an early trailer for a 4-player Kind of like it can play 1v1 or multiplayer. It's competitive. They showed us like 4 main decks right now. They have Volibear, Victor, Jinx, and I believe the fourth was Yasuo. Yes. So that was the fours they showed us. You fight by having basically like having 3 lanes, and you basically
Oh
play to
no.
capture lanes basically.
Nope. 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 Mm-mm. Nope. That's it. No. You want this with multiplayer?
I don't know.
No.
I mean, the Gundam card game can support multiplayer.
The Gundam card game doesn't have 3 lanes.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure how it exactly
What
works.
are you gonna play 2v2 and you're gonna yell at your teammate for not jungling in a card game?
You didn't gank him. I was out of mana.
I'm not having it.
Oh
We
man.
already talk about TCG player salt. You want to throw Riot players in there?
I mean, here's the thing. From what the art showed. Now, granted, this could be still early. This could be whatever. A lot of the art is like old League art and Legends of Runeterra art, basically put in.
Cool.
So they've effectively cannibalized Legends of Runeterra to make the art for their card game.
I mean, to be fair to them, Gay Ruler has cannibalized like 3 different dead Force of Will card games, including Force of Will for its art.
I'm going. I'm gonna Persona 3 myself. I forgot Force of Will. I also forgot Final Fantasy. You know what? Here, we're just gonna hit them right now. Final Fantasy, no one cares.
Force of Will, you're still alive?
There you go. there you go. Anyway, Project L. This hurts more because it's like, damn, y'all basically took Legends of Runeterra's artwork, put it onto a paper card because you failed to monetize Legends of Runeterra correctly. So now you've got to
It was
redo it.
too free. Oh man, it was so free to play friendly. It didn't make any money.
It's like, yeah, y'all owed money. That's how free to play it was.
Man, this can't keep happening to people.
And it's like you let that entire like team down because it's like they were. It's even worse because for effectively they were the lore team. Like I said earlier, they put all that hard work into the lore of the characters that came in that like desperately needed like some new lore, like Seraphine, Zillion, Jax.
Meanwhile, the arcane team's like, anyway, we're the new lore now.
It's like, no, the arcane team basically, yeah, well, we got lesbians, so sorry.
Sorry.
I mean, they had lesbians. They also had one of the coolest variants of Echo out there. Like, I don't know. I don't want us to say, bro. I don't know. They came in with peak animation. Like that's the thing that frustrates me with Riot. Like they had I say had some of the best like teams and like amazing artists and minds and writers, and they threw them away. They keep throwing them away to quote unquote save money. But we all know, which is so funny, one of the artists of League Skins that worked on League Skins got fired and then
Yeah.
got a job offer from a company that Riot was going to outsource to make League skins.
Wow.
Like you can't. Like that's how dire the situation is. Not just in Riot, but the gaming industry as a whole. Where it's like, bro, there's so many artists. They're literally just basically trying to hire the artist for less money.
Yep.
It is frustrating. Like, and Project K, as an emotional level, frustrates me because it's just a reminder of a game that got hoed.
Right. Like, it sucks, but what can you do? Riot's got to launch a new project every year, and maybe cancel another few like that at one MMO.
The MMO is still going on.
I will see you in 5 years when you said the MMO is still going on.
But yeah, I don't know. That ain't coming around either. I'm gonna be honest with you.
No.
Like
Man, I mean, 2XKO,
2XKO is like
yeah, don't.
actually.
Why would you lay Marvel players on the balancing team? Did you not see what happened with DNF Duel? Keep those people away.
I mean, here's the difference. DNF Duel didn't have a multimedia franchise known the world over.
I don't care. The game's about to be Marvel on crack. And it's pair play. I can't wait to match up in randoms and deal with someone in my ear screaming at me about dropping a combo.
But
I'm not having it.
yeah, so basically, Project K, I want to like it, but I'm also just mad at Legends, at what they did to Legends of Runeterra, and to their artists and to their writers. That it's just, I'm just like, I don't want to be in this nightmare again.
Yeah.
So, all right, we're moving on from that. uh, let's see. I guess we'll talk about. I guess next we'll go to Elestrals. So, Elestrals, created by former PokeTuber A Drive, is a card game that is very similar to Pokemon.
It's a YouTuber industry plant game, yes.
It is so funny because it really is kind of. It actually is just an actual industry plant. It hits the definition of industry plant. But
I'm so sick of industry plants, man.
But it's like the industry plant that legitimately is like trying. Like,
Do you know how many people have had to convince me that Horizon Zero Dawn has been an industry plant game?
oh well, that game is that game is so that game is the most like it's like we don't know what
It's been in 16 different console bundles.
it got a Lego game.
It is the industry plant
Like
game.
it's so funny because I listened to the Gigaboost review on that Lego game. Just a tangent. The fact that that game just has a bunch of parts from Lego City in it is insane. The guy one of the guys literally just rebuilt the Horizon like main like camp into a police station. It made everyone police people. And kept that for the rest of the game. It's just like, this is insane. They didn't even make a game of just Horizon. They made Alloy love pickle sandwiches.
Like
I know she's known for joked about not having personality, but loving pickle sandwiches. You just made that
You're
just
trying
be.
to find a way,
You actually did that just to be quirky. Oh my god.
right? And I know someone who loves pickles, and even this I find a little offensive.
You know what? I completely forgot we were going to make a backtrack this digital side as well, but we're going to talk about it with this. The thing about Elestrals is that earlier this year, or earlier,
The
later
digital
this year,
client.
they announced the digital client, which is currently now in alpha for everyone who
Cool.
supported the game. The fact that this came around the same time, Dear Days 2, Dear Days 2 was announced to happen in the most unceremonious way possible was so funny.
Right. And then the first thing you hear about Electro is like NBT doing sponsor reads for like a month straight. It's like, huh?
Yeah. Oh, so for the record, to kind of backtrack, we've talked about uh, White Schwartz, Digimon, Bowser's Saga, Project K, which was just announced last night, which is basically a League of Legends card game, One Piece, Gundam, Ultraman, Union Arena. We're now talking on Lestrals. We talked about Card Vanguard. We talked about Shadowverse Evolve. We haven't talked about the digital part, which we'll double back to. The Hololive card game, which is still in Japan. The Godzilla card game, which is coming out next year. Dragon Ball Super
Yep.
Fusion World, and technically Dragon Ball Super card game as a whole. Recross, Grand Archive, Gate Ruler, Star Wars Unlimited, Bakugan, and a bit of Final Fantasy and uh, Force of Will.
Yeah, that sounds about right. We're coming to a whole lot of everything.
And we're still not done. Because I said
No.
everybody this year and we still ain't got it. So they did that client, which, once again, gosh dang Bushy Road.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm not. But I am gonna say, gosh dang side games, what happened to Shadowverse? What happened to that?
We're rebooting Shadowverse.
Yes, but you can reboot Shadowverse. But why did you say we're gonna wait a year and a half to drop the game? What happened? What happened there?
Favorite TCGs? Ooh. Oh, that's a hard one. I mean, I'd say probably Magic the Gathering's been the one I've played the most recently. Can't wait for Gundam to come out.
Oh, they're reprinting Skyride for the manga for the third time.
Cool.
They're reprinting Volume 1 the third time now.
What would you say is your favorite TCG, Zechs?
I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore.
My co-host has been through a lot today.
I think this. I think this image right here perfectly encapsulates my feelings as of right now.
Oh no.
It used to be Yu-Gi-Oh, yes, man, but we'll get
It's gonna be alright, buddy.
it is insane.
There's gonna be some cardboard crack for you at the end of the rainbow at some point.
Okay. So, Elestrals basically came out. It is basically It is the equivalent of the industry plant that actually tried, like year one Jack Harlow. And I say specifically year one Jack Harlow because after Come Home the Kids Miss You, that boy just fell off.
You know, I'm wondering when the checks on the finally balance for MBT, and he just makes a "I was wrong about Lestrals" video.
my my thing with Lestrals is like, listen, I kind of don't want to deal with anything distant coder touches right now because I'm still confused
Yeah,
about that. Like, I don't know what happened and the whole deal, but like they just kind of really
and
just let him back in, and I'm just like, I don't think that's good.
it's yeah,
Like, I know it's a complicated situation, but no. For the record,
no.
yeah, I would play Yu-Gi-Oh again. Heck, I still have like a couple decks that are as close to up to date as possible. Just I just
I
don't
mean,
play
I
the
still have
game.
all my stuff for Master Duel at least. Although the second they ban that grass looks greener, I'm looking for greener pastures.
But
I got one copy left, and that one copy is my lifeline to Yu-Gi-Oh right now.
are you sure it's not Masterpiece at 3?
I'm sure. I am playing 60 card Lightsworn pile. I need my grass to be free.
Why grass, bro? You crazy. Oh yeah, it's legal in TCG right now. I could send you a copy. I think I got a couple.
Wait, what?
Yeah, grass is in legal in TCG
Since when?
since last ban list.
Oh shoot.
Yeah,
Ah,
you didn't know Scare was still talking about Snake Eyes and everything. Hey, remember when people said that the popular and ash hits weren't gonna do anything?
huh? Yeah,
That was funny.
right.
And then now here we are. Uh, anyway, so
All right. I guess you know, yeah.
you know,
I guess I'll just play a 60 card pile.
all right. So
IRL.
now we're moving on to, let's see, where's a coin I can flip because we're down to Lorcana and Flesh and Blood before we get to the big three. Let's see. There we go. Heads Lorcana, tails Flesh and Blood. That didn't. That was a bad flip. Oh wow.
Did it like land perfectly vertical?
It is tails. All right, Flesh and Blood. Let's go. All right, so Flesh and Blood. The Magic the Gathering for people who did not like the state of Magic the Gathering.
It's Magic the Gathering for Street Fighter players.
What?
It is kind of like a fighting game.
I I guess I thought you were trying to be like, oh, Magic Gathering for Street Fighter players who aren't into all that new shenanigans, all those anime fighters and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, it's technically one of the few dual, like quote unquote, dual based card games, I guess. Kind of, sort of.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, that kind of makes sense too. It's like, yeah, it's very much a dueling based card game. So Flesh and Blood is so weird because I'm just like, this game is still around, and I'm glad it's still around because we need more like Western card games, and it just finally came to Japan like
Yeah.
this year, so that's good. You know, and hopefully it gets itself there. But also, man, I still, I still probably just won't play it. I think it's just like
Same.
I don't have a local scene for it, at least not that I know of.
Same actually. Yeah, like no.
And even if I do, it's just like, man, I think I just feel like it's too late for me to get into it.
Like I ragged on that game so hard when it came out. I feel like if I started playing it, I'd have to go slap myself from like 2020.
Yeah. At this point, it's just I'm not
It's out
playing.
of pride, man. I can't play it out of pride.
Yeah. Then again, it eventually cracked with Digimon, so that's
Mm,
that might, who knows.
yeah.
But that's kind of different. I found like an actual thing that tied me into Digimon, whereas I don't know a single thing that's gonna tie me into Flesh and Blood.
It also kind of doesn't help. The like Flesh and Blood's artwork looks way too much like AI generated art does these days.
Ooh, that's
Like it's the shading. It's the shading, the composition.
mm,
Like it looks like Riot Splash or across like AI shading.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't really seen any new Flesh and Blood cards. I've seen like one, maybe, but I don't know. I think I know Flesh and Blood is really really good, but I still can't forget the one thing about Flesh and Blood I did see, which is the awkward moment where one of the casters was trying to spit game in the middle of
Oh gosh, I remember that, man.
like boy was trying to fuck something. I'm just like, what are you doing? Hello?
Right? It's like, wow, isn't this great? Our like big push into Japan, and the first thing that happens is this.
Yeah, first thing we do is almost sexually harass a Japanese caster lady. It's like,
Wow,
oh,
that kind of says everything about the game.
I don't think that
And
says everything about the game. I think that just says everything about that caster. I haven't looked into that situation past that, but it's still like, oh no, buddy, what is you doing? You should not have
I
been.
guess like the kind of community that's like kind of fostered a little bit at least. Like they does say something there.
I mean, I
A
remember a
little
lot of
bit.
people like, hey, that man should lose his job. I have no idea if he lost his job, but that's a whole thing. Uh, man. All right. I really don't have anything to say about Flesh and Blood. I'll be honest. Like after that, there's not much to kind of talk about. I wish. So in the comments, y'all, let us know how you feel about these games. Right. I'm gonna try and actually put in like timestamps for these in the video, so that way we actually have a legitimate conversation and people have like
Right.
references to everything. So that's one thing. So now we move on to Lorcana. And Lorcana is a game that almost got Franz to shoot me. Like, literally, when I was making a thumbnail and I posted a thumbnail, he came in earlier today in my Twitter, like, oh, so you put games that don't even exist yet, but you can put Lorcana, and I was like, I'm sorry, bro, did you not see? You don't know how many card games are there, considering it took 4.5 hours to get to Lorcana,
God.
and I added two more unofficially.
Yeah.
Like I added Bakugan right in the middle of the whole thing. like like Beyblade X is not a card game. Otherwise, I probably would have talked about that too. Like it took 4.5 hours to get here. Like of course I would forget half the roster of card games that are still alive in 2024. Like of course,
Man.
especially when making a thumbnail this trash. Like
Right.
this is sorry. I made this at a last second because had to put the video up the the news up of what we're gonna do this week.
Like
Yeah, he want to get upset.
Buddy.
I did invite him to be like, hey, you want to join in the podcast? Just let us know. We do a little kind of episode. We talk about everything. Get you an
Maybe
interview, whatever.
we'll be pretty cool to have some like guests in as well.
Yeah, easy. Like we're just obviously you don't want to just like immediately be like, oh yeah, here's the guest, here's the guest, right?
Right.
So Lorcana, I did buy a starter deck for Lorcana. I know a couple friends who play Lorcana. I just haven't played with them, and I still don't really have an interest in doing that. But
It feels like when I saw the rules for Lurkana, it kind of felt like almost Keyforge-ish. And then instead of like just trying to knock down the other opponent, you're like building something up instead.
No.
No, we're not talking about Keyforge for an extended period of time. Don't worry. No.
Oh my god, that's 3. Oh my god.
No.
This industry is cooked in a couple years, bro. There's about to be a slaughter.
Honestly, I haven't heard from.
They lost that code and have not looked back.
That has to be the funniest thing that ever happened to a card game. We lost the algorithm. Oops, we lost the ability to make cards because we can't do it ourselves.
We literally cannot AI generate our cards.
The sauce is gone. Someone sold the Krabby Patty secret formula.
It's something they didn't steal it, they lost it in the drain and you can't find it.
Where'd it go, Mr. Krabs?
SpongeBob ain't been back in a while.
Man, Squid's been way too happy since then.
Oh my god.
I cannot get over the we lost the algorithm.
Sir, we lost the password. To what? The bank? To the vault? You mean the vault where we keep everything? Yeah. Alright, well let's get the second password. We locked it in the vault. Oh, Keyforge.
Honestly, what a great experiment.
Oh wow. Oh my goodness. Okay. Back to Lorcana.
Yeah, I feel like that's the most we can say about Keyforge is we lost the algorithm. Who cares about the rest?
So Lorcana, Disney's card game. Man, I got nothing. It is on the verge of being the cusp of one of the big four, and I literally could not tell you. And I own cards, and I literally could not tell you a single thing about this game. I have friends who play it. I own cards. I own a deck. I own a couple decks. I could not tell you a single thing about this game because I have no interest in actually playing the game.
I'm kind of, glad there was at least some game trying to forge that more casual audience, like that more casual younger audience. I'm glad for Lorcana existing to carve out that niche, right?
You're about to say Keyforge.
I know. I saved it at the end. Don't worry.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's cool, but it's very much like, dang. I still get mad at seeing. I saw that Bakugan page up. I still get mad seeing that. got in Lorcana. Oh boy. Uh,
All in time for the big three.
yeah, I guess it's time to finally move the big three.
Well,
All
I'm
right.
gonna take another quick break, like a minute, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Gotta, get ready for this.
I was trying so hard not to. I was trying so hard not to hopefully make this a 5 hour video, but oh no. Whoa! Okay. Let's put in that so. Uh, I'm surprised they actually got into card games in general. Because I don't know. Did seem they get back in. This is for B. Oh. Man, I need a drink, bro. That's killing me. Oh, okay. It just appeals to them more. Yeah, that makes sense. I think Yu-Gi-Oh's a little bit more. I think it's like easier to start with something that's like newer rather than like something that's just like ages old. So that makes a lot of sense.
All right, let's do it.
All right. All right. So you get the choice. Where do we start?
Oh gosh, Pokemon's gonna be the easiest
So
by
Pokemon.
far.
So Pokemon then.
Yeah.
All right. Pokemon of the big three for now. What do you think of Pokemon this year?
Uh, I mean, I haven't been playing too much of the main game. I mean, TCG Live's been was pretty fun when I last hopped on. I cannot stand that stupid what was it, Lugia?
Don't worry, it won't be there for long.
I know. I want that thing gone. Anyway, other than that, pretty cool.
Yeah,
Been liking the cards.
I really did try to get into Pokemon earlier. I bought a what the heck is this? Oh, this is mine. Okay, never mind. I forgot. I just opened a box. I'm like, what is this? Yeah, I tried earlier. I got into I opened a I tried to do like an electric deck, and I was like, okay, let's go get the prime hands, and just never played a single round of Pokemon.
Uh-huh. And I will say, TCG Pocket might be the most dangerous thing to enter the card game market.
Without a doubt.
Like we joke about cardboard crack. They are putting crack into the water supply at this point.
It is raw. Yeah, I mean, it is Ronald Reagan crack. Just the way so many people just spent on Pocket that early. We're just like, because it's like, I mean, to be fair, it's one of the only games where it's like you have monetization.
Right.
Where it's like, oh, people who held off on online or live just be like, oh, get a place to spend my money. Let's get it. It
But
just
they are also literally offering you a pack a day.
actually, I already believe there's
Two
two
packs a
packs a day.
day.
Yeah, so it's we're just like, dang, they're literally giving you two
For,
packs a day, which is more than,
for
like you
doing
said,
nothing.
more than most games.
Right? Like imagine 2 packs a day for just doing nothing.
Yeah, but it's too fast. It's too slow. I need more.
Right. It's like, and you can just look at the cards,
Yeah,
decorate the
that's
cards,
that's the funny
admire the cards in backgrounds.
that's the funny thing is like so many people do it because they want to like play competitive pocket, and I'm just like, this game was not made for competitive.
No, it's made for the it's made for all the people that came in during the Pokemon boom.
Yeah, it's made for the
It,
collectors, but it's like also
right.
like, yeah, but I also want, yeah, but I want to compete. So it's like they're spending money, right? It's like if you give somebody a reason to wail on something, they will wail on it. They just will.
Right. This is the most dangerous thing that happened to the card games outright. It's TCG
And keep a
Pocket.
note, this is before they even like bring in like other Pokemon or like other characters, right? Like
We are talking about base set.
yeah, we're still on base set, and they crashed on it. Like I could only imagine where it's like we get to characters arguably more popular than Misty or
If I
Moltres, right?
were an executive right now or a shareholder from any of these other TCG companies seeing Pocket right now, I would be throwing a fit. Tables and chairs are getting thrown in those boardrooms. And I'm going to be asking, why don't we have that?
Mm-hmm. I can still imagine Kidani looking out the window like Rolf. It's like, damn, we messed up. It's like, cause like, bro, how you managed 3 times? Like, okay, 2 times really. You managed twice to mess up an
I'm
online money
imagining,
sink for Vanguard.
no, I'm imagining that One Piece meme that I got on the boat. Like, boy, that TCG Pocket sure is strong. I better get out of here or I'm finished.
Basic, yeah, that too. That is it. That is basically what's going on. It's like they gave Pokemon TCG a a gotcha system. We're cooked.
Strongest guy on the planet now takes strongest steroids known to man. What now?
I don't know.
Over. The fight's been won.
Again, like you said, they literally can do nothing and would still win.
Right. And then they decided to do something to do the craziest thing ever and win harder.
And this goes back to I don't want to keep doing this. But it really is like, man. So, you know, I'm going to switch it up like this. So there was a discussion going on Reddit talking about, you know, did we need to do the V boot? And, you know, we'll talk about this. But someone made a point that I think pretty much kind of consolidates all my feelings. I think even if we didn't have the V boot, Vanguard would still get rocked.
Yeah.
Because even if we go to Overdress, we still don't know what the path is forward from that. That's still 3 years
Nope.
MIA. And two, if assuming the rest of the market does not change from its trajectory since V started, we ain't gonna fight One Piece. We ain't gonna fight Lorcana. We ain't fighting Flesh and Blood. But we'll beat the brakes off of Bowser Saga. We ain't fighting Union Arena, Elestrals, if Elestrals actually becomes more than just the industry plant. We ain't beating Dragon Ball
Saga.
Super at its prime.
Bowsport Saga's the kiddie pool.
Like,
Vanguard is out here fighting in the kiddie pool.
like, would there probably been a stronger momentum? No, Because again, even if we didn't do the reboot, guess what happens? We go straight from Yu. We go straight from Aichi to Chrono to Yu. Yu was
Let
not
it be
leading
known.
leading us to the top four.
I know this has been said many a time, but the naked punch out did so much damage to Vanguard's reputation.
The what?
The end of like Overdress Season 1.
I don't think that did damage to Vanguard's reputation. I think
No one talked about the anime since until like Divines.
I don't think that's what it was. I think what it was is that you had one good season in a season of sea of mid.
That's it.
And it's like, this is supposed to be your flagship, Kadani. This is supposed to be your flagship, Bushy Road. You delayed this reboot for mid. For this.
Right.
For Overdress, for the Overdress deck. The Overdress deck is a terrible deck in the concept of current card right Vanguard.
What's it worth the Luard incident, Bushy Road?
Probably not anymore. like, let's see. I don't, I don't even know what to say because we'd be here in current Vanguard, and even then, I still don't know. By the time we got to the end of V, we'd probably be just right here where we are in Divines, and
Right.
it's like, is that a
Like it's
strong time? Not really. Like,
no.
cutting V off does nothing. If anything, it might hurt Vanguard. Which is crazy to say considering how many people say V was the filler arc.
I don't know. Like I do feel like we needed something before V. Like we needed. Like, I'm cool with V existing.
You mean D. Right.
No, I think like if like worst case scenario, the order needs to get swapped. Like if somehow for some crazy reason D crashed and burned, I wouldn't mind a V afterwards, where we actually start rebooting from the OG.
I mean, that'd be fine. I mean, if we trade like, ooh, I don't know.
At least we try something new for a while, and then we crash and burn, and then we're like, all right, fine, we reboot for real, and go full legacy pandering.
That's a.
Instead of rebooting straight into legacy pandering.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I still hate encounters. Just like, we just got through an entire era of legacy pandering, and then set 2 you drop more legacy pandering. The body still ain't even cold.
Right.
Like not even cold. The body ain't even cold. You trying to sell the limbs of the person, they still on life support. But back to Pokemon. Pokemon still the GOAT. I don't know what to say.
It's clowning on everyone right now. It's
Like
going for a second lap.
like quite literally, like they revealed the Team Star normal versions of themselves. I guarantee you, Aries alter art is going to be money. Aerie by herself in the
Pokemon
next set is going to be money.
Pokemon is going Super Saiyan 3 and he's still beating up TN. That's how bad things have gotten right now.
Like, it actually is crazy because Pokemon has everything, and it's used a lot of its weight too, right? It's like it has cool monster designs. it has cool human designs. There's a
Yeah.
reason why there's a gigantic culture of Pokemon waifu and husbando fan art. There's literally
Yep.
means of talking about like, all right, when a Pokemon trailer dropped, it was literally all right. Time how long until the next image of porn drops. That's
5
really what it
minutes.
was.
5 minute speed draw.
Yeah, literally speed draw 80%. Like that's how appealing
It's
they
gonna be
were.
fully rendered.
It's like, damn, what your computer huffing and puffing right now rendering that. It's like, you better render this shit now. I need to be there on the
I need those 20,000 likes now.
today. It's just it literally is a meme for a reason,
Right,
and it's just
isn't even
crazy.
over yet.
And it's like, bro, when they finally show like Legend ZA and new designs, that's gonna go crazy too. Especially if they bring back older characters who's like, all right, maybe some new designs, maybe like
They're
a second
hitting
wave.
the RTA.
This, and then after that we're gonna have Gen 10. It's like, oh, okay, like
Yeah.
that's the hilarious thing. Like they're winning hard, they're winning any harder pocket, and they still got enough stuff. Excuse me, and they still got enough gun like bullets left in the chamber to still keep firing. They're just waiting. They're looking at everyone else, just waiting.
It's like you're picking up controller, you're loading a set, you're like trying to start playing a game, and you see your older brother save up like 900 hours, sitting at 100% complete like 10 times over. It's like, oh,
It's a Disgaea thing. It's like Disgaea is like, oh yeah, you can constantly keep playing over and over again. It's like, I've beaten this game 10 times over, 999,999. Everything stat maxed out.
yeah,
I can still go a couple more rounds. This game's really good. It's like you
right.
Jujutsu Kaisen the boss. What am I supposed to do? And that was even crazy because next year they're gonna do the name cards, which is like they didn't do that since Gen 5. Now you're gonna have characters with their names like a Penny, like Arvin, Damona. You're gonna have B and what was her name from uh Sword and Shield? The Marnie. You're gonna have Marnie,
Right.
and it's like you're gonna have Leon. All of these characters are now gonna have actual support. You're gonna have Bianca's back, right? Like
It's
like
it's done.
the old like you. It's like they chose in the middle of everything where they're at their peak. They said, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna bring back the All-Star team before we add into the rookies. They got the All-Star team coming around before they go into the rookies. And the rookies are looking like LeBron James. That 04 class, that 03, 04 class of players is like, oh Lord.
Man, everyone's prepping for Cell and Goku's prepping for Goku Black, for Frieza Black. It's like, all right. The power gap is unreal.
It really is. I don't have anything to say. Pokemon wins.
Yeah.
Now, as for Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic, we gotta talk about y'all. There's a lot more to say about y'all. All right, one more coin flip. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is heads, Magic is tails. Tails again, so Magic, here we go. What a weird year for you.
Yeah.
Like, y'all made the most positive to negative to positive to negative changes ever. You've recovered
It,
from,
it's a headless chicken.
like, you somehow managed to recover from the 30th anniversary, but we still ain't
Yeah.
forget you that. Now it's like you're basically being whored out by Hasbro every chance to get. Because we know the real reason you're doing all these collabs is for money. Because Hasbro
They don't-
quite literally cannot make money to save their lives.
Hasbro is existing entirely off the backs of Magic and Beyblade.
And even then, that's not even true for Beyblade because they're still have to share half of that with Takara Tomy.
Right.
And Takara Tomy is granting that by their grace, because they know that they could just shoot. They could just shoot the brakes off of Hasbro if they mess up.
They're sharing half a Duel Masters with Hasbro.
So it's very much like at any moment, like that. I mean, they don't have nothing. Transformers is in such a weird spot too. They literally cannot get rid of Power Rangers fast enough. They literally sold the entire warehouse and still can't get rid of that thing.
Power Rangers is so cursed it killed the guy that tried to fix it. I don't even know how to elaborate on that point.
But on that note, and while I don't know if Foundations is strong enough to really save, or not save, but rather to keep like people who really like just magic together, I do think it's a really good spot. I think it's really good.
Yeah,
I like
it's a
playing.
really good foundation. Covers
Bruh.
all the baseline stuff.
But it really is like
Really.
when they reveal that final set for Universes Beyond next year as a main set, that's gonna be 6 sets. That's 6 sets a year, bro. Like we just talked about how Vanguard has an issue with having five sets in 8 months. 6 sets in a year is gonna be crazy.
Right?
Especially if they're all good, or at least the collabs are good. That's gonna be hell, especially for reprints.
Bro, how was Spider-Man getting his own set?
I don't know. Spider-Man's got a lot of like characters and whatnot, but it's like,
I'm sick of Spider-Wink already, and I like Spider-Man.
but it very much is like, dang, I don't know. I don't know what they gonna do with that whole thing. I was joking. It's like the funniest thing they could probably do is be like, oh, the last one is actually a Cardfight Vanguard collab.
You know, Kidani would have to be on his hands and knees begging for that spot. Please, one crumb of popularity.
Listen, I made that decision of rebooting my game because of you. You gotta help me out.
Man, you're my dream, man. I need the money.
So like, I say Magic kind of came up there. The only big problem is again Hasbro
Nah,
and
Universes Beyond Yu-Gi-Oh. Throw the entire industry in the chaos.
breaking news: Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh have now teamed up to fight Pokemon. Can they
Still
defeat?
can't win.
Can they defeat Jiren? Also, the fact that Magic is having the right thing of their artists and like teams basically being like screwed over, and the
Yeah.
potential of future usage of AI in that is also just kind of like, oh boy.
Disgusting.
I'm not excited for that. I just hope they backtrack on that.
Right.
But yeah, I think Magic had a fine year in the end. I know we kept.
We honestly, like, 2024 has been like kind of like, all right, just a lot of weird sets trying to like, weird theme stuff that like actual like sets that feel like it magic sets. But I think 2025 is probably gonna be the bigger test for them.
Yeah, it's just like we're no longer playing around with like fake universe beyond. We're just adding them.
You're right.
Like we're no longer doing superhero land. We're literally just putting Spider Man in this motherfucker.
No more of that one set where everyone has a cowboy hat.
I mean, they're still doing that with Aether Drift.
Sure.
But now Chandra can do the Akira slide.
Yay.
All right, it's time to move on to the last card game of the stream. Good lord, it's been 5 hours. We hit 5 hours. Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. So, you start.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
What did you think about Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2024?
I'm sick of Yahtzee. I'm sick of rolling dice. I need to stop seeing those stupid snake eyes.
God, that was
I guess I'm
terrible.
gonna...
That was the worst.
I know. I'm aware.
I don't even know what I do at that point. But yes, I say being in the year of fire was a nightmare for everyone involved, especially when it came to that last ban list. It was it October, November, September? I think it was like late October.
What?
The one that got people the one that made everybody proceed to almost crash out because of how long it was taking.
Yeah.
Because it's like, man, just the humor of everyone having that horse having AI barf in a random ATM like room is the most like.
It was September.
Yeah, like that entire month where people were just posting a barfing horse was the nastiest. Was the nastiest thing imaginable. I can't help but laugh back at it because it's like, bro, that was insanity. Everyone had enough. It was like, and, oh, it was so tired. Like you couldn't go in the comments of a single thing in Twitter. It's like you couldn't go there because you're like you're about to see a bunch of barfing horses, the same image over and again, and then for some reason they like altered the entire thing to be like nightmare unicorn barfing. What did the whole thing? It was like, what the hell is going on? It's like I couldn't do it. Like watching everyone lose their minds. Because everyone.
You gotta almost love the coordinated backlash, though. It's kind of beautiful.
It was, but it's like, bro, this can't be real. Like, I remember when the ban list did drop finally, and it dropped literally like as I'm like taking stuff to the laundry. It is like, what? It's like I'm literally just like in. It did not get to drop the ban list. I promise you that ban list was coming regardless of the horses or not. I just don't think anyone expected them to for that to be the case. I don't even expect.
Why is there? There's a Know Your Meme editorial article on the barfing horse in Yu-Gi-Oh.
A what?
Like Know Your Meme actually has like an editorial on the barfing horse.
Oh my god!
Like they wrote an article on this.
Oh my god! I mean, yeah, they were forced to put it, but I mean, let's gotta talk about that. The whole thing was very much was like everyone was done with it, bro. Everyone was done. Konami was done with the barfing horse. The Yu-Gi-Oh players were done with Snake Eyes. Like it was, they were. Everyone was done. It was the first time I've seen in years where the community online was actually insane. Like not like insane in a way. It was literally just crazy. They had gone stir crazy. They like, please do anything, something, anything.
Anything at all.
Please. It's like it got far for the quit. That's how bad it was. Like obviously he probably quit for a bunch of reasons, other reasons, but it's like
Probably like,
that was.
I'm done being a Konami show. I'm free.
It's like, but it's like the timing is just insane. How like after that he was gone.
I'm a free man.
But it's very much like Yu-Gi-Oh was in such a crazy year. I'm just like, bro, how did we get out? How did the community get out of that outside of Stockholm syndrome? There's nothing else to say.
Right. And I'm
Like
like,
any other game, that would have been the final straw. Whereas like it took us 4 months to get a ban list. When are we supposed to
look,
get it? We don't know. When are you supposed to get the next one? We don't know.
everything's going to be fine as long as Paul from Team APS can make another Yu-Gi-Oh has fallen video.
Oh boy. Oh, okay. I still gotta say that. Uh, but yeah, Snake Eyes was just too strong for too long, and it really actually just broke the English speaking community. And it was funny until it became like, oh, y'all actually about to crash out. Y'all actually about to just go through it. If it weren't for the fact that they had to put that list there, like, listen, it'll be here at the end of the month.
It wasn't the end of the month though.
It was, but it's like, God. Damn. I'm getting tired. But yeah, no, that and then now I know people are kind of scared about. Oh man, Rezio's gonna break the game. Rezio's gonna do it in for us. I don't think Rezio's gonna be like busted or anything. I think it's gonna be whatever. I think Mouse is also
You
gonna be
mean
cool.
you mean people are scared of yet another rank 4 deck that just so happens to just have infinite resources to go in on itself, kind of like inserting a Zodiac?
No, I don't know what you mean.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So, I think the other thing is just like so many people kind of just like also got fed up with the prize support or like the tournament support of
You
giving
don't
them
like your Nintendo Switch?
well, it's a Steam Deck now.
Ah, you want to be like Butcher and give your and have a giant bag of rice?
Yeah,
That was
that's what I
funny.
mean. Like, yeah, it's not gonna be as strong as the OCG. That's what I mean. For I think what also just kind of is like the moment of like people just kind of looking back and just going, "Damn, what the hell is going on?" People finally kind of like reevaluate like that point of like people reevaluating all of Yu-Gi-Oh, going like, "Why are we here when we don't have good prize support? Our 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 actual leader, like our actual company who does the game, warp sets so that all the powerful cards are hard to get and then must become very, very expensive.
Our decks are hitting into quadruple digits.
Just out of staples alone, not even including like the actual main core of a deck anymore. And
Meanwhile, that guy over there playing One Piece at the other table is having the time of his life with a $50 deck. And like $2,000 in prize support.
Yeah, we got a lot of reprints, but we got a lot of reprints almost a year later. And again, I said this earlier, it's like we got those reprints almost after they've either been power crept enough where it's like, okay, they're fine to be accessible to the entirely people, or we're gonna probably ban them in a few months, but for now, here you go. For
Don't
now,
forget them like milking the hell out of their 25th anniversary.
that too. The 25th anniversary was
Everything's a
done 2 years ago. We're about to,
everything's a QCR.
and the fact that we're
Everything's a
going to get
QCR.
another anniversary set next year. We're gonna get another Rarity Collection 4 in another year. It's like, wow, y'all really, really do not want to let this go. This must make you insane amounts of money, because I don't understand how on earth you can still keep doing this.
Right.
Like, 25th year is over. Like, this is false advertising now.
And meanwhile, Master Duel is just the most stagnant of these digital card games.
I mean, I don't know about that. Now that we've got the Nightmares at full power, but almost.
I want actual events.
You see, that's the problem. You should be playing Duel Links.
Duel Links has events. TCG Pocket has events. MTG has events going on 24/7. I want more than just a basic ban list change. Because that's what every event's been for 3 damn years.
That's true. I will say though, I am still frustrated that, you know, I mean, I know this is probably because speaking of Duel Links, I know this is probably because of the series itself, but the fact that Vrains has just not gotten any characters. Like, we got Revolver, we got Spectre. Blue Angel was an event. You couldn't even get Blue Angel originally in the main roster. It was Soulburner, then Gore, and then Yusaku after you hit level 20. Which technically is pretty cool because it is a direct meant to be a sequel to Vrains, but it's still like,
Right.
Come on, dog. Why is the event literally right after just to unlock Blue Angel?
Right.
It's like,
Also, you know, I would like to edit my prior point about Master Duel events.
okay.
It's either a ban list change, or it's the poop socking cup.
The what?
Only 2 events. The poop socking cup. It's the only way to describe the Duelist Cup second round. Duel till you drop.
Didn't you have something to say about Rush Duel?
Yeah. Isn't it great that we're getting Go Rush in English, but still no physical Rush Duel game?
I mean, you've got Duel Links.
And I appreciate it. But also, like, I kind of want to have some Rush Duel cards. They look pretty nice.
I mean, they do. I think that's the best way to put it. The fact that Speed Duel died. And this
Speed Duel side, so Rush Duel can go digital.
No, it's even funnier because Speed Duel hasn't even died yet. Like, it's like, yeah, this will be the last one for foreseeable future, but it hasn't even come out because it's been delayed almost to next year.
Give it up, man. It's over.
It's like, we will be on Yu-Gi-Oh! 9 before we even see a physical speed duel card that is more than just a prize card. That's crazy.
You know what's even crazier to think about?
What?
Yu-Gi-Oh! 9 is just going to be a third Rush Duel anime.
It probably is because what anime we got? the,
The next best thing Yu-Gi-Oh! Is going to get for like the actual proper duelists and whatever.
is those?
It's going to be a Sky Striker manga getting an anime.
I mean, I'd be cool with that.
People are going to be insufferable about it.
Huh?
People are going to be insufferable
Oh,
about
I
it.
said
I
I
can
was
already.
gonna be in several battles. I'm like, wait, I'm not.
No, you're good. Other people are going to be.
Oh my god, I love Ray. I would die for Scott. That stupid copy pasta. Like, I don't even know where that started. What happened? You just had it, bro. I don't know what happened, bro. Uh, so yeah, I say Yu-Gi-Oh was very much the holy cow. Y'all need to do something different this year.
And anything. Master Duel 7. We're skipping over MR6. I don't care.
It's just, we're skipping another 3 years. We're good. Yeah. So.
I mean, considering MR5 lasts for like it's in overtime right now. Yeah.
So I think
Like
with
we
that,
need some paradigm shift again. Anything. I'll take MR4 back.
shoot, I might want it too. It ain't been the same since Interlink is useless.
Right. I don't want to see these I don't want to see these stupid combo swap boards anymore. Go back. Let's go back to MR4, man.
Or at least the combo swap will have to be like puzzles on the like pieces on the
Right.
chessboard.
You exactly.
All right. Well, that is basically it. Has been 5 hours and 17 minutes.
It is almost 1 a.m.
It is 1 a.m. I got a lot of stuff to kind of take care of later. So
I gotta go grab a wallet tomorrow.
I'm trying to let me look at the schedule what we got. So, damn, it said our next episode is technically supposed to be on the 20th. However, since that is so close to Christmas, we might consider just doing a back to back week. And
Yeah.
might do the 13th this time. I don't know. We will let you know there because, wait, what day is the Game Awards? What time of game store? The Game Awards is at December 12th. So, December 12th.
Game Awards post-mortem.
Yeah, we might do a Game Awards post-mortem. Give our Game of the Year. You know, kind of talk about there. So,
I'm I'm just gonna say I'm going to crash out if Elden Ring wins Game of the Year.
I think half the internet will probably.
Yep. I mean, deservedly.
All right. All right. So that is pretty much it.
Yep.
All right. So we are done. Thank you so much, everybody, for showing up.
Thank you all for
Oh,
thank you for dropping by.
I almost forgot. For the record, we are now officially have our own independent YouTube channel. You can find us at Out of Pocket Podcast. It is you can find it at Oop TCG. I believe that's it. Let me double check it one more time. Yes, you can find us at if I can just load. It's taking a minute to load. I'm sorry. Yeah. OOPTCG. If you need help to find us, it's always good to have. So, thank y'all so much for tuning in, and we will see y'all next week.
Potentially.
Yep. Bye bye.